Waiting on Juan O'Savin to come in. He's dropping off some stuff for his car, so it's going to be a little bit. Could be at any moment though. So let's talk about some things that have been going on. Tina Peters going to be released on June 1st. So Juan talked about that on Nino's show. It seems like they've been getting a little bit of coercion to start to move in that direction. So some things evidently are happening behind the scenes, which is putting pressure on the Colorado governor to go ahead and move forward with letting Tina Peters go. So who knows what that is? Maybe Juan can share a little bit more insight on that. But you have to keep some things in our card deck close at hand, right? So that's kind of the way that we're working this right now. It seems to me that Iran, what's going on there is like a siege, like a medieval siege of the castle, right? So just trying to wear the Iranians down until they surrender or until they're to the point where they can't resist, right? So I think that's where things are at right now. Maybe one can give some more insights on that as well. But lots of different things that are happening as far as like the markets as well. The markets had quite a big pullback because inflation rocketed up, the consumer price index, and that's never good for consumers and producers to get their inflation to go up. What they pay, of course, in California, the price of the pump still keeps going up. Even though, in America, we have lots of oil, right? So the demand for that oil, unfortunately, is causing prices to go up for us, even though we're the biggest producer of oil in the world right now, double what the next two are. That's Russia and Saudi Arabia. So that's been really good for America. Of course, Trump has always been, drill, baby, drill. And that seems to be working out pretty good. Now we have Venezuelan oil. And we have control of the Middle Eastern oil to a great extent. Middle East, for the great extent, they're not moving oil. Now, maybe Saudi Arabia from its other port across the Strait of Hormuz. They have another port facility on the other side. We haven't heard too much about how much is being moved over there because probably all of it has been moving from the Gulf. So for them to put it in trucks and take it across the country and load it up is probably pretty cost prohibitive, but I'm sure they can make money that way as well. Now, one of the things that we're going to have in the future is the Fraud Fighter Summit. Now, we've talked about that for quite a bit. I was there with Juan when we had the Fraud Fighter, the first one, and now we're having the second one. And I'll share the screen so you guys can see that. This is on J Mac's site, Jennifer Mac's site, and also I share this as well. Have been sharing it for quite a while now. So this is at the Ahern, as you see it right here. Now, right down the street from the Ahern is the Sahara, and the Sahara, I guess, has got really good rates for people coming because the Ahern's all sold out. And we'll see where we're at as far as people. We might be getting close to having this event sold out, which is 15 through 17 June. And we're going to cover a lot of stuff: bond fraud, government waste and corruption, election fraud, healthcare scams, and of course, much more. And so the Fraud Fighter Summit, as you see here, the 3 days, meals are included, 3 meals a day. So that's going to be, and the meals there are fantastic. So here's all the speakers. You see your Robert F. Kennedy's been invited. He may zoom in like Steve Bannon, but you have quite a lineup of people. G. Edward Griffin, Sean Taylor, Professor Clements, Peter Ticklin. I have a lot of great people in here. So it's going to be a good show, and probably more will actually come in over time, I would think. And on top of that, we're going to see this movie. So this premiere of this movie, No More Lies. This is basically about Bolsonaro and how he had his election stolen from him, just like Trump did. Right. So we're going to cover that. So that's going to be pretty amazing as well. So again, the making reservations, if you get signed up for it, you want to, just a block away. They have 75 discounted rooms, and also the Trump International. They have some rooms there. It's not that far away, Trump International. So it's a little short drive, and they have parking there at the Ahern. I don't know how much, if they're going to have enough, but they have several floors of garage. I think we might be the only ones, in this. Maybe they've set the whole building aside for us. It's very possible. So maybe all the rooms are basically, our rooms and so forth. And that's fantastic. So there is free Tina Peters. Hallelujah. So she's less than 2 weeks out. You guys see the snow falling behind me? That's pretty crazy, right? 17 May, we're still getting snow. All right. We need it. So we'll take all we can get. On the peaks, it is really sticking up there. There's a lot on the peaks. We're getting just a real soft coating down here on our level at around 8,000, maybe a little bit higher than 8,000. But we're doing pretty good, I think, as far as the reservoirs and so forth here in California. But probably going to see massive rain. They're predicting a major El Nino or El Nino, and that's supposed to bring in incredible amounts of rain, probably record-setting. I remember back in 89, 80, 88, somewhere around there, we had massive storm in California, massive El Nino, or El Nino, and it basically flooded our compound. We used to have in the SEAL teams, we just we're right on the beach. We would just walk right out to the ocean. And after that storm, everything got flooded. So every year they built a berm, which sucked because you had to walk over the berm and down into the water. And that was for protection. It's okay, guys, we're not going to have an El Nino this year. Why do we have to have these berms? But, that's the way the military is. They overreact. They underreacted to the storm that we all told them, you guys need to be aware that we're going to get some flooding. And then what do? After the flooding, then they build the berms. Totally the way the military works. So anyway, that's kind of the way life is sometimes. Now, if you go into the shop, I'll go ahead and pre-do this maybe, depending on when you hit the shop, and they have the coins. All right, so the silver coins, I think it's a great time to buy silver right now, still, because silver is going to go to the moon. I think I'm predicting 250 to 500 by the end of the year. 250 probably mid-year, so forth, and then 500 towards the end of the year, and then 1,000 in 2030. So if you're a long-term holder, I would get some silver and hold on to it. Now, another place you can find wands and Jennifer Max coins and stuff is go to Gumroad, and Gumroad, basically Gumroad wand, and that'll give you another great site. And let's look at that one. If you're into coins, which you should be, or not, don't believe that things are really going to ramp up for us. So here's one site, Gumroad, allpatriots.gumroad.com. You can also put in wand, Gumroad/wand, and it'll come up, and he's got a lot of good coins over here. I've gotten all of them, but this new one, To the Moon, and Tina Peters. So how about that? So That's a good looking coin right there. Wow, it almost looks like lifelike. So pretty cool. We'll continue to see a lot of this stuff in the future get much, much, much more expensive. The coins that I bought very early on with Juan are worth a tremendous amount of money now, many times over what I paid for them. So I bought them back when, silver's cheap. And silver, we're going to look back on this time and say, if you're buying coins now, which whenever he comes up with new coins, I buy them. And I invest in silver stocks. SILJ is the one I like the most. I've done pretty much all of them, but I pretty much put everything into SILJ. So that's a junior silver, and that's done really well. Of course, every time it pulls back, I get more, and I get more coin. And I'm thinking about getting some more gold and platinum. So we're going to see this thing go a lot higher. Like I said, you could be a short-term investor, which is like what, six months to a year, and you're going to do really well. Or you could be a long-term investor and do really well long-term. So it's up to you guys. So just stay with the silver. Now, another thing that we're seeing as far as the economy is concerned is India. So India, their stock market has been crashing, and their government has told them not to buy gold. So what do you think everybody's doing? So that's something that's going to travel around the world eventually. So India stock market crashing. Will they get a handle on it like they did the Japanese stock market when it was crashing? Maybe. But if they don't, it's going to go around the world. Now, on Friday, the stock market got a huge pullback, and I think that's one of the things that we're going to have to be watching. The stock market, watching silver. Silver, like I said, is definitely going to go a lot higher than what it is right now. And here's the man, the myth, the legend.
Hey, they missed the legend. Yes, I out here in farm country, and I have a truck where somebody wasn't paying attention and damaged a bumper, and I decided, well, let's take that chrome thing off and put one of those monster bumpers on, and the winch and everything else. So lights, the whole smear, doll it up.
Very good, very good. Yeah, we're looking at probably getting some kind of truck in the future. I think getting some farmland, but definitely having a win. Way to go.
Well, I've got several, but they actually seem like they're duplicative, but each one of them has different kinds of things that it really does. And for example, if you're moving animals, you really want to do it with a dually, so you don't have the chance that you could lose control of something if you have a heavier fifth wheel. If you're just moving a trailer or something like that, you get a flat, doesn't hurt anything. And so I got different trucks for different applications, and every one of them really is kind of unique. So, but hey, this event, oh my gosh, coming up next month. There's so many amazing developments, even in the last, of course, the Tina thing, top of the list. We were from day one anticipating we may very well have her free and able to attend. Now the deal is they're letting Tina out on the 1st of June. Before then, a parole board has to decide what the terms and conditions of her release are. The interesting thing is they might want to try to restrict her from being able to, say, talk about political things or attend political things, and try to head us off at the pass and being able to present, and here or anywhere else. They may want to restrict her to Colorado However, she's going to need some medical attention like that. We have some great stuff that we think is probably best addressed in Colorado or in Nevada, not Colorado, and
There you go.
a spa that she can actually live at.
Sweet.
And
She deserves it
very
after that jail time. Jeez.
well. She's going to have. She's got a lot of recovery she really has to do. I mean, don't kid yourself. You know that beat her up pretty bad, and there's a but at the end of the day, one of the interesting things, even in the conversations behind the scenes, the governor put in his clemency, which means that the case isn't overturned, nothing is dropped as far as the sentence, the charges, etc. He just reduced the sentence to time served, plus 3 years on probation. And while she's on probation, then they can yank her chain anytime they feel like it for all sorts of supposed things and threaten to throw her back in the slammer and things like that. So that probation is nothing to sneeze at. But her free speech is supposed to be protected, and the governor specifically mentioned that. So with that in mind, if she can't talk, if they want to try to restrict her conversations while she's out on parole, then that would be part of the whole thing that the judge did, and which Pohl has specifically identified as something where her civil rights had been violated. So not allowing her to come out and be present at something like this or speak, if they do try to restrict it, we may just have her present and smiling and we'll do the speaking. So there's a lot that's got to kind of be processed, but we have high hopes that we're going to be able to have her present at this thing. And so to be able to kind of throw some love her direction and understanding, I think is a huge thing. And to be first up to get that opportunity, I think is a very big deal. So I'm actually, that was one of the things when we picked a date and we're doing stuff. I said, I think we're going to be able to get Tina here. I'm hopeful, and here we are. So, of all the events, all the things,
Good
to be able to
intuition,
have
Lonnie.
Tina here, and yeah. Well, and then within, we are actually, let me just say this. We are apolitical within the coalition, within the unauthorized. We're not actually Democrat or Republican. A lot of the work that I've done to help around the country, for example, the stuff up in Utah, the crimes that are being done in Utah are being done predominantly by Republicans.
Exactly.
Okay. And we're hard after that. Going for election integrity and honest, fair elections. That's not Democrat or Republican. That's, American citizen, and out across the world for other countries also. So to try to put that as just a Republican thing is actually totally inaccurate.
Yeah.
And so if anybody wanted to portray this as being partisan somehow, especially as going, say, to Tina or something like that, it's just a falsehood, not true. And so we'll be hard at. We'll be watching very closely what the parole board does there in Colorado. And as Peter Tickton, Tina's lead counsel, the person that Trennis Evans and I were able to get to come on to her legal team, guilty, should never have even been heard by a grand jury, let alone go through the whole trial process and sentencing and all that. This is all going to get overturned eventually. But so
definitely.
and by the way, I think having you there and some of the other hosts like that is what this is really all about. So because you get to talk to all your listeners, you're going to see some stuff here that is just amazing.
Yeah, we got a lot of great speakers, from that last event. They've been on the show, and they've gotten really good response from the public. So we're really excited to get some more. It's gonna be great.
Well, and it's more than the last one. The last one,
Uh-huh.
we were strictly on the bonds. We'll have the stuff that goes into the bonds and the rest of the financial fraud is
Mhm.
all on Tuesday, the 16th. And so we'll have some of the same speakers that you heard at the other bond conference, which was private, at this one, but we have several more that haven't been heard, and they'll be crucial to understanding this. And what's also interesting, you may have heard it from some of your speakers as we've educated them. Um, the bond fraud, the rest of the financial fraud, is tied directly to the election fraud because they get
Sure.
certain people in that
Yeah,
then pass things through. And so the one is not disconnected from the other.
good point. Yeah, that I learned that in
So,
that event. Made sense.
yeah.
Now we're finding all the fraud, and it's yeah, those they had to be set up so that that could happen, and more election steals and on that. So uh, where do you think the election's going to go?
Well, the first night we have the movie Dark Horse, which is about the
Yeah, that's going to
president
be
of
great.
Brazil, Bolsonaro. That's the world premiere. Totally
Awesome.
private. It's just for the people at this conference. I was able to
Wow.
convince the studio and folks to let us do it. And if you like Sound of Freedom, Jim Caviezel says this is his best acting performance of his life. That's what he believes. So, and
Yeah.
others will have the producer, the directors, the head of the promotional operation, all there at this event.
Hmm.
Uh, and,
And you set up the Sound of Freedom too for that Vegas event long ago. So
yeah,
good job. Yeah,
well, that's why they asked me if I would do this, because that really did lay the groundwork
could launch
for the
them. Yeah.
main release. And
Mhm.
people seeing it, understanding it, talking about it had a huge
Exactly.
impact,
It did.
I think, on the ultimate, people had had enough time to digest, think about it, and talk about it.
Mhm.
And then there was anticipation. And I think this one is kind of similar. But what's interesting? President Bolsonaro in Brazil, he got
Mhm.
elected. Um, and I'll just say, from a political standpoint, South American politics, there's all sorts of questions when he got into office. The people that pushed hard to get him in there, they thought they were going to get to control him and manage him, and he wasn't going that way. And so when it came for his reelection, they just pulled out all the stops to steal that election.
Yeah.
And then after he supposedly lost, which some of the people that we actually have here in the U.S. testifying before grand juries say that they flipped that election and have brought evidence of how they flipped that election for Bolsonaro.
Mm.
But the other part that's not really widely understood is that they then turned around within this globalista club, pushed for the prosecution of Bolsonaro, had him impeached and then prosecuted, because in Brazil it's against the law to challenge the results of an election, as though he was somehow unpatriotic because he was questioning that this election was done legally or somebody cheated. So
Mhm.
then they convicted him of trying to overturn a real justified election or whatever, and threw him in prison. President Bolsonaro of Brazil is in prison to this day, and that's exactly what they've wanted and intended to do with Trump all the way along, and with other leaders from around the world. So, what other leaders? Well, a lot of people don't know this, but the president of South Korea was also he was trying to get the election data from the state-run servers, and he couldn't do it through the courts or policing action, so he had to declare martial law. And then under this martial law decree, he was able to go in and get the election material. Well, they got to the wrong server stack. They thought they had information on where that server stack was. They were actually out of sync 180 degrees within that building. And so they went to the wrong area, didn't get it. And then they had to lift, because of political pressure, the martial law, and they didn't have the data that they needed to prove it. Now, what happened this last week, and this is virtually unknown in the world, China was involved in flipping that election for the president of South Korea. And so before Trump even went wheels up to leave Washington, D.C. and head for China, a day earlier, he'd had the head of the Treasury, Treasury Secretary Besant, go and meet with his Chinese counterpart in South Korea. And there was a bit of, wrangling that went on a couple of issues. But at the end of the day, then while Trump was in China, ultimatums were given about disclosure, and suddenly, miraculously, the president of South Korea finds himself released from prison because we have the data. We know exactly how they did it, and we're getting ready to show the same thing concerning American elections, okay? With the same players,
Great
the same
backstory. Wow. Fantastic.
So
Thank you.
you have to think about this, and the audience has to think about this. How many times have you heard from audience members, or even, gosh, you get so weary of all this stuff. At some point, you just want to, roll over. Okay, whatever. I'm done. We're moving on. No, this cannot be allowed to stand.
Mm-hmm.
And so people saying nothing's happening and it's not getting resolved and nobody's getting arrested. But what doing, and the team around Trump at his direction, Treasury Secretary Besant doesn't drink and pass gas, and Trump isn't aware of it or directed it. I'm just telling you, it's just the way it is. And he's been actually, I had a lot of concerns about Besant reasons. And I have to say this, thus far, he has been absolutely spot on everything that he's been doing. He hasn't wavered. Trump wants or is directing a certain thing, and Besant's right there and does it. And he travels a lot of times with the president. So he has done a superb job. I'm really, really, I just think we couldn't be better served at this point in time than what he has done thus far. So, and there's other stuff in the background that I've interacted and been aware of. And so even where you don't get to see it, he's been excruciatingly loyal. There was concerns, because of his ties even back to Soros and other things, and trust but verify. But I'll tell you what, he's been right on the cash all the way through thus far.
Yeah. So so speak along this election fraud and stealing elections, and Pakistan, look at Imran Khan. They did all that stuff to him as well.
Well, and again, the people that we have here that are testifying before grand juries now, and who also did the briefing out of the country during the 2024 election period, several people very close to Trump, names that everybody here knows, intricately, were briefed in person out of the country by the people who did the theft of the elections, 2020 and other elections around the world. When one of the people, and I don't want to say the name, I don't think he's acknowledged this publicly yet, so I don't want to say the name. Somebody everybody here knows. At the end of the briefing, with translators, because they don't speak great English, and they were out of Venezuela, but this took place in Europe, where they were doing their final work, and where we had them spirited away because they wanted to defect, essentially. And in those meetings, they said that when they were asked, how many countries have you done this in besides the United States? They said 71 countries plus the United States.
Yeah.
So think of how much cleanup we have across the world that we have to do, because in 71 countries you have leadership, spending money, passing laws, putting judges into office, doing sweetheart deals with friends, relatives, gazillionaires, etc. Um, how much do you have to unwind that? They've taken the reins of power and driven the world right to the precipice of going over the cliff. And so things like South Korea, Venezuela, Iran, we have, and many other countries, the Congo, uh, the countries, we clean things up with the messes that have been created, and and then the money that's being spent. That's why I've been sent so close to Trump on this stuff, and it's so critical, because the financial consequences of a lot of what's gone on here are just to the moon. So.
Wow. Yep. All over the world. So yeah, 71 countries. Wow.
Yeah.
And we're seeing, the result of this fraud that's going around the world. So hopefully we get to set the example. I think we're moving in that direction. Where do you think Iran's going? It's almost like we look at medieval times. They're like in a siege.
Well, the one thing I will say is this, and you've heard this over the last couple of months. Think of all the naysayers, the Debbie Downers, that Venezuela, we're going to be embroiled there for years. They're going to hand their heads to us on a plate. They've got all this stuff. They were tied right in with Iran. The Cubans were in there providing protection and security, and we're going to open a new can of worms that's going to cause the West to collapse. And Iran's got so many aces up their sleeve that you never dreamed of, and they're just going to destroy America and the world's economy. Okay, well, hey Debbie. Do you know what the hell you're talking about? Debbie Downer, I don't know. She probably doesn't have any hair under her wig. Hair, she's just making bald, furry. All her hair fell out. Debbie Downer wears a wig. It's.
All that stress.
Anyway, I have a friend that got cancer quite a few years ago. Very famous person that people in the audience may know. She laughed about it. She went through the chemo and all that, and we tried to talk her out of it, but she went through it, and she survived. She's doing very well. She's in a very public position now, and but the whole thing, even with the wig, we found reasons to have fun with it. Her teenage son went ahead and shaved all his hair, and I think they had a couple of friends that did it. You get into a situation like that, I just do want to say, we all shoulder up together, take a deep breath, laugh at the devil, whatever. So I don't want to do that. After I said it, I thought, well, we got to be careful. I just didn't want to make a blonde joke, okay? And anyway, so and I got to tell you, just as another side. So I have a friend who's a comedian, was in a restaurant the other day in a certain place, and was trying to make a joke concerning the kids and everything else, and probably had a drink or two, enjoying life along the way. But anyway, they were all laughing so hard that the owners kicked this person out of the bar. And then somebody had to come in. No. You don't recognize them. This is so-and-so. They were just having fun. They weren't trying to, and finally got them back into the restaurant, having, I think it was didn't have a baby dinner or something. But anyway, lighten up, take a deep breath. If you can find reasons to have a good laugh sometimes, that's the best therapy in the world, even in the face of other crises. As we come into the storm, which, by the way, most of the storm that's coming, there's lots of angles to the storm that we're coming into. In fact, when Jen and I were driving here a few minutes ago, big, huge black clouds were over the back of the rig. Some kind of a storm behind us. I was like, oh my gosh, it's just black as can be. Everywhere else is sunny, but it's black behind us. If you can find reasons to have a little levity, kind of a mash humor, that's not wrong. And it's not disrespectful or something like that. It's part of, you do mash humor to take a little bit of the edge off, find the glimmers of light and hope and beauty in life, and move on. And so yes, there's some pretty serious things coming, but in the course of that, as we get through this, it's going to be a better place, a better country. We're going to have some beautiful things come out of this. But yeah, we got some drama ahead. And if you're on the right side of history, it's not aimed at you. You may, need to hold on tight, batten down the hatches, short sheet the sails a little.
So we're losing you. It's been a few seconds we haven't heard you. But President Trump just came out. I was just sharing where he came out just a day or two ago. It was the calm before the storm. So he just posted that on Truth Social. So it looks like we might be getting to that point finally, if he's posting it. So that's pretty tremendous.
Well, I just want people to understand that there's a lot to come. And by the way, a lot of people ask me this question, and I just want to say this. So disclosure of the types of crimes, the people involved, etc., an understanding of what's actually transpired here does have to come first. You may see some actions over at the Justice Department. And let me just add this one thing. I don't know if you saw this, Michael, or not. On, I think it was Thursday, the Senate did a vote and then passed through 49 of the appointments that Trump wanted to make, all in one fell swoop, a blanket vote. Trump has not been getting his people that he's wanted to appoint to office through the House and the Senate. And so the Senate did this blanket approval and got 49 through, most of which are people to go into Department of Justice as attorneys. And so he just got that. Now, it'll take time for him to get in the office, come up to speed on the cases that they're going to be assigned, and study up on them. So you can figure really large cases. If you can get up to speed in a month, you're a genius. And you got a few breaks here and there. It's really 6 weeks, 8 weeks. Even on the case with Brennan, where they changed prosecutors on that case, it was said when they were looking at it, it was going to take him a solid 6 weeks to bone up and everything, so he knew exactly what was going on, because he has to own that from a personal level. He as a presenting to the court, your credibility is on the line. That what you say to the judge, what you present in the court, is the fact, and that you've researched it, and you're not providing bullshit. So
Right.
with that in mind, think of all these new prosecutors. They just got approved, so now they're going to go over into the Justice Department. How long is it going to take them? Let's say it took them a month and a half, just like I described. They get their sea legs, maybe 2 months. Now you're out to mid-July. So expecting, whether it's Brennan or any of the rest of them, anything to be done before the 4th of July of any significance probably is premature. But you get to mid-July, and it's a whole new story. Now you might see some incidental arrests. We actually, as part of the agreement for Trump to come over to China, got a Chinese hacker and brought him to the U.S. and we're going to try him over here for work that he was doing.
Right.
You know, stuff is happening.
Is he going to give up some information too?
He probably has already done that as part of the agreement.
Wow.
We had to get the Chinese up to speed. Look, China, Trump went there with a carrot and a stick.
Yep.
We are going to be hearing, we're going to hear all about all the Chinese collusion going into the 2020 election. And the question for China is, do you want to have us do it in a way that ends up being adversarial and we shut down business with China? Or do you want to do it in such a way that, you can put the blame on past people or situations and military, especially in intelligence, and move on? And China, they really have to think about this. We're not going to not show their collusion in 2020. That is going to be part of the public conversation in the weeks and months to come. And then they have to decide how they're going to, cooperate with a save face, who they're going to, justice. All over the world. 47 incidents, a lot of them aimed at Taiwan. There's been a few articles written on this, and but they were actually helping, even modifying other countries' ships so that they could be used to drop anchors or send drones to damage communications lines, undersea cables. Now, the reason that's really important, China supposedly was threatening that they could damage Western commerce across the world, essentially cause the lights go out for everybody. If we don't get it, nobody gets it from a commerce side. So then you have to go, okay, China, you live in a glass house. You may not realize it, but you live in a glass house. What did Trump do before he went to China? He called in a significant number of generals who and within protecting that cyber infrastructure. And they had a meeting Monday night, and he read them in. The scuttlebutt is that he basically told them, if China so much as sneezes at our communications anywhere, we're going to take out every single asset that they have that is close to a cable. China had been parking stuff all around these cables, acting innocent and whatever. So if they look like they're trying to get ready to take out communication systems, we take them out first. And you can see that with the number of the generals that were there. So China basically got, read the riot act while Trump was over there. It's a face-off, Mexican hat dance. They live in a glass house. Not only will we take out any assets that are looking like they're going to try to damage our communications, we'll take out other stuff that goes the other direction and take you out. We're not waiting. So they've had to understand just how serious it is. And then, of course, with Percent over there and looking at the financial, before Trump agreed to get on the plane and fly over to China, last second decision, everything had to be in place. And they had to understand China did a lot of kiss ass during this trip. So we're in pretty good shape there. Trump is amazing.
Wow. Great backstory. Appreciate that. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. So, but again, from your own history, that's if we want to throw our weight around, we're not somebody's pansy, but you have to decide to do it. And something I've said to audiences a number of times: if you have power, but you fail to exercise it at the critical moments.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've seen a lot of the people that have come into America to do bad things have been quietly being taken down behind the scenes. Like we talked about it for several years now.
Well, think about it. That's what I was saying a minute ago. I didn't really finish my thought, probably, but all these bad things that the Debbie Downers thought were going to happen and projected, prophesied were going to happen to America, they didn't happen. Why? Because this is the best example I can think of personally. While Trump was still speaking at the inauguration on January 20th of 25, I got texts from military personnel who said, "Hey, I just got orders. I got orders." This is like 15 minutes after Trump, you know, so they had to report, and they're like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm headed off right away. Well, they ended up being involved in going out and picking up the gang members, these senior, heads of gangs, Trendra Raga and things like that. And they picked them up within the first several days of the Trump presidency. Why was that important? Because all these things the gangs were going to be used to do to damage America and everything else. It didn't happen. And then the other thing is that down through the ranks, they took out a bunch of the gang leaders. And so they just it decapitated a lot of these operations against the country. And I've mentioned it before, then miraculously, several gang members who were transporting huge quantities of ammunition across the country to the Midwest miraculously got picked up for bizarre reasons, like they failed to turn off their high beams. Actually, there was so much ammunition in the rig that it made the van's headlights point up in the air. It looked like high beams, but it was a good enough excuse. And they stopped all of this ammunition going to Midwest cities for gang members to use. Well, how did they find out about that? Because the gang leaders talked. Look at what just happened. Oh, here's another good example. Look at what just happened with Marco Rubio. His picture's taken going to China, and he's wearing a sweatsuit, and it's absolutely identical to Maduro. Now, why is that relevant? Because what's Maduro singing about? He's caged. When do birds sing when they're caged? Okay, so Maduro's caged bird. He wants to help his wife and his son not to have to spend the rest of their life in prison. He's gone. He's not coming out. But what about his wife and kid? So he's singing like a canary. What's he singing about? Who's he talking about? China and the control of the Cubans.
Yes.
And the Cubans controlling Venezuela. It's a branch office for Cuba. You couldn't get a driver's license without a Cuban looking over your shoulder. All the security personnel and all that. Well, who was giving them the money? It wasn't the Russians. It's the Cubans. The Chinese. So what's Maduro singing about? Where was all the oil going that they were getting for next to nothing? China.
Yeah.
Okay, and China was controlling much of what was going on with Iran and getting the oil out of there. So, practically giving it to them. What's the biggest crisis for China? They have to pay retail for their oil now. They can't get it, for free. Not even wholesale. They're paying retail for their oil. He's talking about the Chinese connections into the vote fraud, etc. So having Rubio wearing the jumpsuit from Maduro was like a subtle sign. Oh yeah, Maduro. Yeah, we own him. Yeah, he's wearing orange jumpsuit now. But hey, his sweatsuit was available. I had it tailored. It looks pretty good.
Wow. So I had Josh Reed on last night, and he brought something to my attention I wasn't aware of. That
And by the way, I love Josh. Josh is fantastic. He's one
yeah,
of
he
the
really
best
is.
decoders there is. Just
Wait,
up front. So go ahead. Yeah.
we should do a roundtable with you. That'd be great. So he was talking about how Venezuela gave us their uranium.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, they were cooking there. I don't think the truck's going to beat the Challenger. I've got a truck that would beat the Challenger.
You were tempted though, weren't you?
That one won't. Yeah, that one won't do it.
Boy, he was cooking.
My truck's the same color. It'll beat the Challenger, but anyway.
Oh, yeah. Great.
What he needs to do if he wants to win against the Challenger, get him into an off-road. He's got a four-wheel drive. Go to terrain that favors you, not him. Oh, less likely to get a blue light special too if do that off-road. So anyway,
there you go.
What did Josh say though? Let me hear that again.
So yeah, he was saying that they had given up their uranium. So where did that come from? Were they cooking it, or would they get it from Cuba? From Russia?
Pakistan.
Really?
Nah, Pakistan had been pushing stuff out there, and it got different places. And then remember, here's some other oddball stuff that people don't realize. South Africa had enough uranium enriched for 6 bombs. And so where did that uranium go? Kissinger did the original deal, and yet nobody's acknowledged where it went to. And so supposedly it went to Israel. Israel's never acknowledged that, and got added back into some of their projects. So, but you know, there's all sorts of wild little things. And then remember this, back in 2024 during the election cycle, all summer into the fall, you had the drones all over the country flying everywhere. And I said they're looking for some missing nukes and for the enriched material. And you have to kind of go back even a little further than that. Remember when the general was the person, that general, I can't think of his name this second, he was one of Putin's closest friends and trusted advisors, and Putin assigned him to track down what had happened. Was they figured out that some significant number of trigger devices had been upgraded or rebuilt that would allow weapons, nuclear weapons from the Cold War era, to be refreshed. The uranium, the enriched uranium stays fine, but the triggers, which have certain types of materials that have to be there and have to be refreshed about once a decade. They're like on a clock, and what happens is if they don't go off quite correctly, you'll end up with a fizzle. You'll have just an explosion of enriched material, and it'd be like a dirty bomb, but it's not a nuclear explosion, if you will. Okay, so at the end of the day, what happened with this general, when they realized, it's very hard for somebody else to engineer a device to work somebody else's device, a trigger. The best place to do it's the people that built it in the first place. They have the exact specs and sizing and all sorts of things, timing, even the length of a wire makes a big difference. So with that in mind, the best group to build a refresh a trigger is the ones that built it in the first place. Well, that's exactly what happened. Somebody went in and built these devices that could refresh and be used with some of these earlier Cold War devices. When that was understood, then Putin put this general on the case to track these down. Why? Because he didn't want Russia to have to do the heavy lifting on how did these devices get out there and get blown up somewhere in the world. And when they realized there was a problem, so this guy was looking for this and couldn't, or was in the path to figuring it out, and then he got blown up. Who did that? Well, it was Western intelligence agencies that had the satellite stuff and all that. In other words, who in the West, even in the CIA specifically, helping the Ukrainians, may have had exactly what was needed information-wise to know where those devices went and who was doing it, and didn't want Russia to find out where this was at. You got, nuclear devices somewhere out there with fresh triggers that could be blown. That should be a pretty scary thing for everybody in this audience.
Yeah,
And that has never, they have not been found. Yeah, right. And those have not been found. What Trump and team were looking for. There's no indication that we found what we were looking for. So then part of the question is, if you have material out there, who has something, and these triggers out there, somebody could still have something out there floating that could become usable. We want to clean all of that up, get all of that collected, not have to worry about any of it. And so Trump, not letting Iran have the bomb, not letting Venezuela have any of the material that somebody could come in there and make into the bomb. China's, by the way, any material that we find, we have it all has a equivalent of a DNA, certain isotopes that are very identifiable and trackable. So whatever material's out there, once we have it, we can fingerprint it to any place of origin on the planet where it was actually processed and made. Is it Chinese? Is it Russian? Is it old? Is it new? Does somebody have a facility that we're not aware of? Those are the questions. So at the end of the day, it's a very favorable thing that we're getting a hold of this stuff and not letting it float out there.
And that was normally what they used in Pakistan, scooters.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there was Muslim influence involved in that, or just coincidence. But
yeah, well, remember, in essence, it's a type of an IED. Soleimani was the guy that invented the IEDs. I mean, this doesn't mean all IEDs are of his design, but that club, that kind of people, are pretty good at this. They're pretty effective at building these types of hidden devices. And again, you might say from the West, it's kind of in my blood, the Russians are on it, they did it, go get them. That Cold War mentality. But the reality is, the specific assignment that Kurlov had and what he was chasing, he was an important person within trying to stop something that could have global reach, which ultimately will be aimed at the West. And him not being present somewhere in the fight is probably not a good thing.
Yeah. So the NATO, Trump pulling out of NATO, where do you think that's going?
Well, he's been extremely verbose over the years, and pretty clear that it's time to get out, whether it's NATO, Federal Reserve, UN, things like that. These don't have our interests in mind. They're really set up at this point in time, whatever the logic was coming out of World War II and into the Cold War era. Much of that is gone now, including, even if we didn't totally withdraw from NATO and we make them start paying their own bills, look at what he just did, a couple of weeks ago with Germany.
Yeah.
He started the process to start winding down this occupation of Germany.
Yeah.
This our military facilities there is a forward leading edge against Russia. This Cold War threat. Germany's unified now. We're spending all these gazillions of dollars there still over in Germany. You run over a pine tree in a practice and you pay for the next 10 pine trees. It's just insane the money we spend that the Germans extract from us. And they're supposedly protecting them. So they're doing all this mischief against America. Hey, forget it. We're out of here. I think Trump, he wants to bring down our presence in Germany by 75%.
Ooh, I didn't know.
I mean,
it was that much. Good job.
Yeah. So I mean,
5,000. Now we're up to 75% out. Ah, that's a lot.
Yeah. Well, he did the 5,000, which is 10% to, start the process, and also let the Germans know, you want to be against us. You don't want us around. Okay, we don't want to be where we're not loved, where we're not wanted. And he's also going to use that as extortion against them. Why? Because they've been extorting us. They've been taking money from us. You just can't believe the money that they get from the American taxpayer to support everything in Germany: roads, waterways, our military personnel over there just supporting their businesses. You want to be that against us? Hey, we'll pull out. They'll start getting when we get to 25% out of there. They'll do anything to stop it. But once the momentum's there and there's no real need for us to be there, what's Trump going to do? Think of the Mideast, and then I'll come back to this in a second. The largest lobby in Washington, D.C. for everybody in this audience's lifetime has been the Israeli lobby. And so they spend the most money on politicians, private organizations, parties, everything, including honeypots, black bag operations, all sorts of spy versus spy stuff. Okay. It's just a fact. The second largest has been the Saudi crowds there in Washington, D.C., as far as lobbyists and all that, the official lobbying groups and unofficial. But if you add in the other OPEC countries working with Saudi Arabia and tag teaming in, they're, easily bigger total than just the Israeli lobby. And they work together. So what are they all working towards? Well, they all want America to spend money to stabilize the neighborhood. And who's actually benefiting? The arms dealers, the gun traders, and the banks. Okay, the Brits primarily, the City of London, the banks within the City of London, the square mile, with their troll taxes for safe movement of oil and things like that. Our military doing the actual work. And so what Trump is doing, he is eliminating all of these locations, whether it's South America with Venezuela as a nexus of terrorism and a lily pad for Iran to work from, or the Mideast with, again, Iran, the biggest sponsor of terrorism across the planet, including financial, and their connections, by the way, to the Vatican. Sorry, it's a fact. The largest outpost for Iran diplomatically, where they had more diplomats in the world, is Italy, tied to the Vatican. Figure that out, okay? So if we stabilize the Mideast by taking the terrorist mullahs out of power in the Mideast, we do that with Maduro and all of the families, crime families in South America, tied to, by the way, our own CIA and Cuba, and we get Cuba under control. A lot of the reason why these lobbyists have a starting place with our politicians to protect everybody and to stop everything. If Trump brings some relative peace to that region, he stops the Israelis from needing all this money all the time, and constantly raising the bar, and we're afraid, the nuclear, blah, blah, blah. So what he's doing is eliminating all these reasons for us to have to spend all this money. Now come back to Europe. If we tone it down in Germany, Russia doesn't have the same level of threat. By the way, Russia didn't blow up the pipeline. Russia, part of the agreement, what we told Russia at the end of the Cold War was, why don't you straighten up and fly right, do some commerce with us, go make a buck that way, and stop trying to take over the world with your communism. And glasnost, let's do business. And so they did. They did the investment. They built the pipelines, oil and gas infrastructure to provide oil and gas to Central Europe, including Germany. And right at the outset of this whole Ukraine thing, what happens? The pipeline gets 3/4 blown up. Well, who did that? I can tell you right now, it was the fucking Brits. Okay,
Wow. Brits,
that's
huh?
who did it. It wasn't us. Okay, and it wasn't Russia, for Pete's sakes. They didn't want Germany, who is really they don't want Germany kissing up to Russia at some point in time. They want to cut off that commerce. Now, if we force Germany to straighten up and fly right, and we aren't participating in this threat towards Russia, then Putin can kind of ease up a bit too. And in an age of nuclear, your tripwire is going to be tanks? Seriously? And is 50,000 enough with all that equipment? Not in this particular age, not in an age of lasers and like that, and space-based weaponry. So Trump is de-escalating situations around the world. Look at even this trip over to South Korea and the deal with China. South Korea, have you heard any peeps out of them during this first or the second term? They've been like really quiet. Why? Because they were cooperating. China was using them, and this election thing, it's a big deal. And they're kind of, Trump's made it very clear, don't make me have to come there and deal with something. Even the Taiwan thing. Well, we have to get Taiwan into China. Yeah, well, let's talk about that. Trump isn't taking any guff from anybody, and he's not going to let us get sold down the river on a bunch of this stuff. So he wants to be remembered for all of the bluster and everything else. He wants to be remembered as the president that brought peace to the world and this generation, and de-escalated a lot of these things. It's not going to be permanent, because the bad guys, the globalista, will start to try and do workarounds. They'll try to bring it back up. Trump will take it to a certain point, and he's going to have to hand the baton off. Who's going to pick it up? Who is that next group, that generation? We as a people are going to have to fight through to get not the next Trump. It'd be like saying the next Reagan. There was only one Reagan. There's only one Trump. But the stage will be reset, and then we will, it's a hand of God thing. Who will be that person? I don't think we've actually seen them yet, who is capable of picking up the baton and coming in the wake of what Trump is doing right now. To say that I think is false, because we don't know what the world's fully going to look like and what kind of a person we're going to need at that point in time. Think of it this way. I don't think there's any other leader in America, maybe even in the whole world, who would have had all of the prerequisites, personality, aptitude, age, everything, and health. Trump was never drunk alcohol. He's very careful, even though he's a big guy and likes his hamburger and his cookie once in a while.
And his ice cream.
He's actually in excellent shape. He really is. Everybody knows that. So with that in mind, who could have done what Trump has done? Who, think, people don't like, because he's got this bluster, this edge that comes from kind of that New Yorker businessman attitude, dealing with very tough, hard business people and getting the right deal, and not holding for anything else. Well, who else really has that in their DNA? They talk tough like a politician. They negotiate, but they do it, like a politician or a businessman with the people's situation. Even from the military standpoint, he hasn't even taken guff from his own military. He tells 800 generals, "Get your ass over here to Virginia. I want to brief you on something, and I want to make sure y'all understand. And any of you that don't get it, you can hit the road." And don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out, man. Get out of here. And I don't know, since all the way back to Eisenhower, that any other president has pulled in the generals in large meetings in D.C. like he did Monday, and then said, "Here's, you don't take it secondhand. You don't get it from a memo. You don't get it down through command. You're hearing it right here from me. This is what I want you to do. This is how you're going to do it. Anybody got a problem? Hit the road. Otherwise, straighten up, fly right, and don't let your situation be the one where you're the weak link. If I say go, go."
Yeah.
So it's the way he is, and you to imagine someone else being able to step in and fill that role. That's why there's been so many, multiple attempts on his life, etc. Because it isn't the party, it's not a zone, it's him personally. And with that in mind, we haven't seen this run the full gamut yet. The arrests are key, and the attitude of the American people, we're not quite ready for that particular phase yet. We haven't been educated fully on exactly what the threat was and how real it was. Even Todd Blanche over there at Department of Justice, this morning on Maria Bartiromo, her show, which she's doing a fantastic job. If you haven't watched some of her stuff, just go watch a piece of it. She's been fantastic. But she, in interviewing him, he said, that, we have a lot of evidence of things happened at the 2020 election. We just don't know if it was enough to actually overturn the election. Well, I know from people that actually have worked with them that's actually a true statement on his part, at least, over the last, several years, that's exactly how he thinks and operates and believes. But the reality is that just doesn't make sense. We have fantastic stuff. Tulsi, everybody else agrees. Our conference that we're going to be doing here next month, we'll have the experts in there that have briefed all these people, even in the White House in the last couple of weeks. The people who actually briefed the White House on Virginia and Texas are going to be present to brief us during the technical stuff of the election stuff on Wednesday night. And there should be no question on anybody's part as to whether or not, that 2020 was stolen, let alone a bunch of the other elections. So when Blanche says that, the only other thing I will add, he says we have lots of evidence. I know he's been personally briefed on a lot of this stuff and knows the stuff that's there. I think it's a little bit of a staging thing, waiting for the American people to hear the rest of the stuff, and even the stuff that Trump's going to be releasing, supervising, gets released over the next couple of weeks. That will then be the discussion coming up on 4th of July and immediately after, before we get to the first Justice Department supervised prosecutions and arrests. The main events that most people in this audience are looking for, I don't think happens until we get to mid-fall, late fall. And so everybody just take a deep breath. It's not time. We're close. But don't think that anybody's been shortchanged or it's just not ever going to happen or whatever. No, it's an education thing and laying the groundwork. And once we do get there, that is the storm, because you're going to take a bunch of people out of high office and expose a bunch of people in high office for the treasons and frauds which they have been directly involved in, affecting elections, including 2020. So.
Yep. And on that note, everybody in the audience, 2020.
2020, it's not over yet. and there's our laugh. See, you got to have some mass humor in here.
Yeah.
You know, seriously, think about this. How many times we get people around us and then they just want to be so serious? How does that sound, by the way, to some of the young people, where that's the future that they have to look forward to, the venom, the hate, everything else? Look, we got some bad people. I was mentioning, somebody asked me about a particular individual. I says, well, he and I are in the room. Only one of us is coming out alive. And because that person is responsible for very much, it was somebody else. And in the intelligence community, it's just where I'm at.
Yeah.
You know, there's no way. But at some other level, how do kids hear us about a future? It's so dark. It's the end of the world. There's nothing to live for. It's going to be total surveillance all the time. You know, we're laying the groundwork to recapture control of the country. The tariffs are returning industry back to America, which means jobs, which means that, you know, high schoolers, you know, kids in college, they're going to look forward to a future 3, 5, 10 years from now where there's not just jobs, they're really cool quality jobs, and not just you know, mundane types of things, mining jobs that are really cool and interesting. You know, mining, yeah. Oh my gosh, the stuff that we're going to be doing, and then beyond the Earth, you know, on the moon,
Yeah.
you know, asteroids and things like that. Construction jobs. They're not just going to be on the Earth. We're going to build out these space locations, and you'll go to space locations like we go to island paradises today. And it's within the kids' lifetimes that are here right now, not 50 years from now. Probably, really, we're not talking, you know, even 20 years out, we'll see the first solid movement there. So regenerating hope for the youth, the stuff that was stolen. You know, when I was growing up, 2001: A Space Odyssey. You know, I have a great sci-fi collection, and what we saw coming and things like that, sci-fi books and magazines, things like that, the stories and all that, reigniting, resparking that period of imagination and hope, and that there's something to look forward to, something beautiful, something important, not this dystopian world that Hollywood has been selling us as our future, with, you know, the devil Baal, you know, monitoring us every breath, every move, everywhere we go, the Palantir system, stuff like that. We're going to get this under control before it takes us over and recapture control of all of these systems, and you know, have a life, and that's the goal here. And I think we're actually seeing solid moves in that direction. Even, you know, taking China down a few notches, not giving them everything. They're going to have to compete for it, and they're going to have to pay retail for the stuff that they're getting. Not stealing it from us or anybody else anymore. That's this future that we're working towards, and I think there's lots of cause for hope, high expectations, beautiful things, which then lead to young people deciding to marry somebody they love, have their own tribe, enjoy, life, as opposed to you get a puppy and live in your 150 square foot apartment, push around in a baby carriage, into your old age. No, we're actually going to go back to classic American themes and ideals. And on this day, 5/17, where President Trump asked American citizens to come to Washington, D.C. for a day of rededication, prayer, recovenanting in the Pilgrim's Covenant with God for protection, for to build something beautiful out and to have a future and a hope. That's what happened today, and that's where we're going. And this period of time, this Jubilee period between now and the 4th of July, and then July 5th begins really the Jubilee year for America, of things being returned to the American people, the criminals getting chased down, many of them put in jail, the ones that aren't exposed for crap that they've been involved in. They can't walk the streets anymore. This is an amazing moment. And this conference we're doing, we're going to lay a lot of that out, watch the movie with, Edward Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro's son will be there at this event.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
Yeah, he's committed now. I've got another certain person, everybody here be stunned if they knew it, but we're working through stuff for this person from security standpoint like that to be present also. Right. And so I don't know if we'll get to announce even before the event if that's going to happen, even if it is going to happen, but something pretty amazing. And then just the speakers in general, oh my gosh, one thing I think, you saw it when we did the event here a couple months back with the bond thing. What was really important was everybody getting to hang together. We had 100 of us there, and the networking at a personal level, just getting to meet people in person you hadn't met before, spend time with them. That networking is so key. You're going to have that here at this because, it's that kind of a location, that kind of a venue. The speakers aren't disconnected from everybody. They're hanging there with the rest of it and answering questions. It's pretty cool. So it's different than most any other kind of event of this type that occurs anywhere.
Yeah, I'm displaying it right now. And 15 through 17 June, the Ahern Hotel in Vegas. And they're sold out, but you can get a ticket or make reservations of the Sahara or Trump International. So the Sahara is like a block
Ahern. Yeah, Ahern is sold out as far as the hotel rooms. Sahara's Kitty Corner has great rooms, $89 a night. They give us half price and half off on the resort tax. Same thing at Trump $129, half price, and they gave us half off on the resort tax. So you can stay it out of one of those. The Sahara's just walk across the street. The Trump, you got to have a ride or whatever to get over there. Uber is 5 minutes away. But the reason that's really important too is, we're doing a full dinner on Monday night, check-ins like afternoon of Monday the 15th, full dinner, and then the movie. All day on the 16th, a full breakfast, not just a croissant and coffee, real breakfast buffet. And then lunch the same, beautiful salads, sandwiches, quality food. The catering at the Ahern is considered in the top 10 in Vegas. They do a fantastic job. And then a nice dinner. Same thing on Wednesday. We were only going to do breakfast and lunch. And I was going to do a breakout session on the mechanics of the vote fraud. And as we got into it further and further, I thought everybody wanted to go home because it's just too boring. It's too detailed. Because I got the guys that briefed the White House, that briefed Tulsi, that briefed all the people over at Homeland Security. I mean, dozens and dozens and dozens. I got those guys presenting and that were there at the White House even just a week ago. again presenting to the attorneys and others on the Virginia vote and Texas and all that. So those are the quality of people that are going to be there presenting on that Wednesday night. Okay.
Mm.
And Wednesday afternoon too. So we added a full dinner then. Even after, we named it at $350 for the whole thing. You're getting 7 full meals in Vegas included in the price. I don't know if you can go out for 2 or 3 meals in Vegas for that kind of money, let alone,
Well, they're not.
and then with great food. And then the other thing is that when we announced this, we didn't have the movie. You're getting to see the premiere of what is going to be one of the breakout movies of the year. If you like Sound of Freedom, you'll like this every bit as much. And we're doing that, and there's no extra anything.
And I think that because we did that Sound of Freedom, all of us influencers, and we went out and pushed it. Sound of Freedom was the highest grossing independent film ever.
Well, and let me just say this. See, that's why I was approached. Could I assist? Would I assist?
Yeah.
And we had already scheduled this event, and I said, well, best place is right here with these folks. These are the people that made that. I don't, my personal opinion, I don't think that Sound of Freedom would have been anywhere near the way that everybody, media and all that, would have treated it. They would have treated it as a B movie, and it had been there for a week or two, feel good on it and gone. And they'd have pushed it out there as fast as they could. The fact, when I went to a Sound of Freedom screenings, and I talked to people at different times, there was many of the people said, I haven't been to a movie in decades. They just don't go to the theater anymore because it just wasn't, the stuff that was being offered, and they just didn't want to. But it was an important enough a movie, and people talked about it enough that people who hadn't darkened a theater in a long time came and had a tremendous experience and enjoyed it. And I will say this, the cut of the movie that I showed there in Vegas and other cities around the country was the cut that Mel Gibson did. That was the edit that he did. They cut 14 minutes out of the movie before they got it into the theaters in the regular release, for all sorts of reasons. I personally liked the cut that we got to see. I think it was perfect. This is the editor's cut on Dark Horse. And so you're seeing the one not necessarily exactly the same as what it'll be when it finally hits the theaters. But one of the things that's part of the consideration, I've got the producers, directors, the promoter present. As we talk about this out into the public, and I do think I'll be showing it a couple other times over the course of the summer at other locations, that will have an impact on what the final cut looks like. And I want our audience to have a part in that because, again, I don't think people are as short attention span as maybe some of these people might think, just pushing it through, get the popcorn sold, get the next group in. I want to see the movie, the whole script, the way it was presented, the editor's perfect cut. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, very good. So I got JMac. I was showing out where you were talking about it. I got JMac News here, JMac or JenniferMac.com. And of course, man, you got some nice new coins over there at your site, Gumroad.
Yeah, we've got the JFK to DJT coin, the moon launch. And of course, the reason that's important, that's about industrialization of America, moving back into a stolen history for America, and this beautiful moving forward for the kids and like that. And I've done all the coins. How are people going to remember this moment in history? When the kids talk about it out in the future, you have trinkets, you got a little cloth here and there, shirt or whatever. The coins, because they have real value, they'll get kept around. They'll get showcased. When the kids ask about them later or receive them as gifts and things like that, there's a story behind each of them. And so, with that in mind, we did a pre-sale on Tina Peters' coin. She's such a iconic figure in this whole thing.
Mhm.
And whether it's remoting in or there in person, which I actually think that we'll probably get that pulled off. We're honoring Tina Peters. We're dedicating this whole conference to her. She's a very close friend of Jen and mine, and so we'll be, I think, pretty intricately involved in what happens to get her back on track and functional again. But down the road, how will people remember this? People have no concept almost right now because we have so many things pushing on us, just how pivotal her work was in what she did. And then you think of all the counties around the country, 2,500 counties, and only a couple of people. There's some people in other counties, but none of them quite as demonstrative or direct or precise as what Tina did in making a before and after, before Dominion got in there and changed around the guts of the computers, the vote counting machines. Do you know that was Tina's before and after images that were used when Trump had personal emissaries go and talk with the people that stole the elections? And that was the material that they used. Show me how this was done. Where's it at in this data? How did you do this? And show me where the artifacts are that I can, see and prove that what you're telling me is true. And they used the data that Tina pulled out of her Dominion computers as the baseline to show the theft of the 2020 election. That's why she's such a threat. And they use her as a scarecrow. If you go after trying to get election integrity or prove anything or grab data, you'll end up just like Tina. So they've used her as a scarecrow. It's like a Mad Max movie, and she's been strapped to the grill of somebody's truck. Okay. And so to get her free, she's really been a political prisoner, if you get right down to it, to both sides. Trump did not believe on the timing. And I'm not throwing any stones at President Trump. He knows stuff we don't know. But as much as he said what he said on Truth Social concerning Tita's situation and talked to Governor Polis numerous times, he did not want to go to the extreme measures because it would set a tone within what's going on in the rest of the country. It might be premature for other stuff that's going on. So, and the hard part was Tina's health. And then who could have known you're going to have a Tina in there when you were gaming this out years ago? So with that in mind, she was a political prisoner both of the Colorado legal system as well as where President Trump was at and the things he wanted to do in the next moves. And by the way, anybody that doubts, let me just remind everybody, Colorado and their courts are as screwed up as any courts in the country. They're so out of their minds there. Remember, Colorado is where they wanted to take President Trump off the ballot for 2024. And then there was a dozen other states lined up that if it withstood the legal process, they were going to take Trump off the ballot in a dozen other states. We wouldn't have Trump in office. All of the courts that heard the case concerning Trump being taken off the ballot agreed across Colorado in order to take him off the ballot up through the Colorado Supreme Court. When it got to the U.S. Supreme Court on a was raced there because of fact, you had an election coming, expedited basis. When it got to the U.S. Supreme Court, not even one liberal justice could agree with the Colorado courts. Think of how liberal, we got three that are just, they might as well be, Stalin, Fidel, whatever. They're just out of their minds, Mao. Uh, but not even one of the most liberal justices on the Supreme Court could agree with any of the courts in Colorado. It was a unanimous 9-0 decision to strike what Colorado was trying to do and force Colorado to put Trump on the ballot in Colorado, and the other states had to back down. Now look at Tina's case. They'll let rapists, drug dealers with an ankle monitor while they're appealing their sentencing on convictions. They wouldn't let Tina out. She's never had a driving infraction, never had a ticket, never gotten pulled over, never nothing. Okay. Clean as the wind-driven snow. And yet she's such a threat that they can't even let her out pending appeal like you would normally, because all of the conviction is going to get overturned. Everybody in Colorado knows that. All the judges, the governor, everybody, it's all going to get overturned eventually, as though it never happened. But she'll have spent time that she can never redeem, days of her life that she can never redeem. And, the physical threat, the physical health thing from being in prison, the stress, 6 years in this legal quagmire, let alone the time actually in prison. And then they want her to have 3 more years on parole, having to go report to a parole counselor and things like that. Come on, man, give me a break. That will get overturned. The worst of the work, the hardest of the work is still ahead in overturning these things. They will get overturned. At least now Tina will be able to begin trying to pull herself together and doll herself back up, and hopefully be out there to help in the fight moving forward on this election frauds.
Yeah. It'd be lovely if she shows up. We'll give her a nice standing applause, and then maybe get some pictures, and who knows, maybe she can talk a little bit. But if not, then that's fine too. Everybody's going to love to have
if the parole board, the parole board will set conditions of her release in the next 2 weeks. If they try to restrict her from being able to have her free speech, well, that's what the appeals court found had been violated in the way the judge sentenced her. He sentenced her more harshly for talking about what was going on in her case. The governor, in his clemency action, which doesn't remove the conviction, it just reduces the time to time served plus 3 years of parole. The governor, in his finding for clemency, noted that her civil rights, her free speech, had been violated. So the question is the parole board, which has, they're like God, will they try to exercise some type of control over her free speech after her case was even stopped because of that, by the way that the court was operating? No, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. So we're hoping we won't ask Tina to fall on her sword or do anything wild like that to contest that. We'll let those things go through the court system. But in the meantime, if she is just able to show up, smile, thank everybody for the support, and be present, we're going to throw a lot of love her direction. I will say this too, just, if anybody out there is in the right position, she has had a lot of personal expenses. She hasn't been able to work for 6 years. And all the people that have done the legal stuff, none of the attorneys have gotten any money. They've all done it on a volunteer basis thus far. So somewhere in here, they'll get paid due to stuff that happens in lawsuits, but that could be, years from now. And the clemency doesn't block her from any legal action against Colorado for what's occurred here or other individuals. She'll win, massively. I don't, these things take long enough. You wonder if she'll be around to enjoy that part of it, but we won't stop for anything. But the other side of the coin is, in the meantime, um, we may try to do something to. There's been help sent her way, but there's probably more needed, and we'll kind of look at that and join hands and try to, remember, it could have been any one of us. So you, I, a lot of the other people within the broader patriot movement have pushed pretty hard at times. All you had to do is be in the wrong place at the wrong time, like the J6ers, and these guys were right there ready to clip you and stuff you away for a long time. So we closed ranks because it could have been any one of us.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'd love to have her on the show. She's got a former SEAL mom. Her son unfortunately passed away in a parachuting accident. So if we can get her on and get people to support her in different ways, we'd love to do that. So,
well, let me just say this, and I'll mention that to her. She's very aware. I think she's been a guest on your show before, but she'll be making it out somewhere here.
I wish, but she's definitely got the open.
Michael, I'll get this done. Gosh,
I know you would, of all people.
I will get this done, man. If she's able to talk, I will ask her personally.
That'd be fantastic.
Because especially because of your connection in the history, there's a different type of understanding, and I'm sorry that this hasn't happened before. I would have jumped in and tried to make it happen sooner. So let's make that happen, bro.
Yeah, definitely. I'd love it. All right. Thanks, brother. It's been great talking with you again. You are an amazing man. You got such great information. We love hearing from you. Thanks so much for sharing.
Yeah, I really, you have great listeners.
Yep.
We see it. I'll just say this, we see it in the response, say over at Gen Store or over at Gum Road on some of the stuff, but that just tells us that we have a more proactive audience in a way.
Great audience.
And it is a great audience, and it means that you're reaching them on lots of different levels. And when we've asked for assistance on stuff, rarely, but there's been projects, even the Tina stuff and like that, your audience has been amongst the most responsive. So, and the reason that I just want to say that, so many of your audience are people who have served, both military, intelligence agencies, and I'm sure other roles. So they have a different makeup. They're more vested somehow in seeing the country get back on track, I guess is the way I would look at it, as a cross section of an audience. When we close ranks, they're the kind of people, that you want in the fight with you. Closing ranks in earlier times, you'd go out with a wall of soldiers, and if somebody got, you closed the gap between you and continued on. Think of how mentally you would have to receive that, to see somebody fall right next to you and then stay in the fight, move forward, not stop everything because you couldn't, and go on to the enemy. We're not doing it dumb like they did in these lines back in the Revolutionary War and stuff like that. We'll do it from safe positions like they did at Concord and Lexington.
Right.
But That's the routine. So we have one of your listeners that's actually outside of my vehicle, waving at us right now, seeing us live. So it's very cool to
that's awesome.
see that. So, but very very fun. So anyway, well, I appreciate it, Michael. We will talk again soon, and
Definitely. Thanks.
we'll try to make something happen here.
That's great.
Get you on with Tina and like that. So
Love it.
there
Love
you
it.
go, bro.
All
All
right.
right.
Well, lots of love to you and Jen. Thanks a lot. And see you next time.
All right. Beautiful. We'll talk again soon, bro.
So it looks like Tina Peters is going to get set free on June 1st. So another couple weeks. See Tina Peters free. At least that's, we've heard this before, but looks like this time it might be real. So let's look at the headline on that and this little video that's running. Hopefully this is actually going to happen.
Polis says he is commuting the sentence of election denier Tina Peters. The former Mesa County clerk had served less than 2 years of her roughly 9-year sentence for her role in a plot to examine voting machines after the 2020 election. Governor Polis, a Democrat.
Can you guys hear this? Sometimes this computer doesn't share the sound. Let me know if you've got it.
Outlined his reasoning in a letter to Peters today, writing that, quote, "You deserve to spend time in prison for these offenses. However, this is an extremely unusual and lengthy sentence for a first-time offender who committed nonviolent crimes." President Trump has pressured Colorado's leaders to free Peters. She's set to be released on parole on June 1st. The Justice Department announced the
June 1st. There we go. That's making headlines. So let's keep our fingers crossed, say some prayers, and hopefully it's going to happen. I heard from another influencer earlier. She was saying that prayers haven't worked, so let's go in there and get her out. So I guess prayers actually did work, so we can delay that, delay it. I've said that quite a long time that we should go in there and get her out. So I don't know. So why now? Why is Jared Polis, governor of Colorado, bending now? What is happening? Now, we just saw Trump and team, because he had quite the team, the AI team, Elon Musk, NVIDIA CEO, you name the CEOs that are high tech, and they came with him. So China seems to be like going to play. And the reason why I think it took so long or has taken so long for us to go and finish the job in Iran is because we're making China, letting them know that you're not going to get any oil. All right. You need to get on board with this. And so we took Venezuela. They're not going into Cuba, and they're not going into Iran, and all the oil was stopped. And so now they're going to have to pay regular price. So I guess they're actually buying American oil now. Right. So, and paying fair price. So that's what's going to happen and is happening in Venezuela. So the governments of these countries, Venezuela and Iran, basically were stealing that money from the people because it's the people's oil, right? Those countries that's the people's countries, both of them. Our country, this is our country, not the politicians, right? So any wealth, any mineral, anything like that, yeah, there should be compensation for companies that get that out, and they are compensated very, very handsomely here in the United States. But it's the people's. It's our country. It should be part of the wealth of our country. It should be the part of the wealth of Iran, all the oil that they move. Same thing with Venezuela, and it's going to be going forward thanks to President Trump, who's basically taking out the deep state in all of these places. Now, the deep state obviously still exists in Colorado. The deep state still exists in California. But they're slow. I think all these states are being squeezed. All these states are having difficulty making money through fraud now. All right. So it's definitely something that's starting to turn around. So how much fraud has a lot of these deep state states been stealing? 10%. All right. It's like a tithe, a reverse tithe. We give 10% to God. Well, the deep state's been taking that 10% and giving it to their side, right? And that's not God's side. All right. So that's getting stopped out. So we're having a National Prayer Day in a couple days on the 17th. Guarantee you that there will be the other side there, and the other side meaning the Luciferians and other baddies, Satanists, all of them. They're going to try and hijack that very special day. We have the national monument there, George Washington Monument, which the Masons put up, and I'm sure that George Washington was like, damn you for naming that after me, you Masonic POSs, because he was a Mason, but he was on the good side, and he even started to say that there shouldn't be any monuments like that going forward. And so, of course, they made one because the Illuminati and so forth infiltrated the Masons, and they are a captured operation now. So we see a lot of the Masonic stuff, the Masonic George Washington Monument, and it's basically, Egyptian, the negative side of the Egyptian stuff. It's Horus's penis, right? Because ISIS couldn't find it after his brother Seth, cut him to pieces. She found all the pieces but that one. So she made a stone one, and then she had a child with that. It's magic. I don't know. So and so now, and then the Egyptians, made that part of their, their culture and so forth. And of course, the Masons, the Shriners, they have all that Egyptian icon stuff that's going on with them. The Shrine Temple, where I remember going and being a lifeguard as a young teenager before I joined the Navy. I saw one of their ceremonies one time because they had to take all of the proceeds that when people came to the temple and they'd give $1 a piece so they could swim in the swimming pool. And I was a lifeguard there, and I would have to take that every day. And one day I opened the door and they were doing some kind of crazy ceremony in there, and I'm like, oops. It's like guys were like, in some funky outfits, and they're some kind of weird ceremony, right? So it's like, okay, I'm never going to do that. Though, of course, then I joined the Navy, and I went through, E7. There was like some crazy. We did crazy stuff, ceremonies for making E7. And then I saw it also for going across the international date line. We had on the ship that I was on, we had crazy ceremonies. So there's all that stuff out there, but are some of them in good-naturedly, and are some of them in the negative realm? So I think that what we're going to probably see on the sidelines, and maybe even infiltration of the good thing that's happening there. I think that what should they do is just chop the top off the Washington Monument, put a cross there. Right, so that's what I would do. And who knows, maybe that'll happen because President Trump cleaned out the reflecting pool, and Democrats didn't like that. They want it to be a cesspool. Why? All right. Is there something? There's some kind of magic influence, some kind of satanic Luciferian, magic by keeping it polluted. Now, when I was a hard hat diver there in Washington, D.C., I got challenged to swim at night, when it was very quiet, very, very late at night, to swim the length of the reflecting pool and then go up and kiss the Washington Monument. And I look back on that, I was like, these ceremonies, they suck. So I swam it and I ran across the road and ran up, and there were a few people there and like, oh. And so I kissed the monument and I ran away, and nothing happened. But, these ceremonies, or we're going to have a very positive ceremony on the 17th, National Prayer Day. And the intention, of course, is for this to be very positive. Now, the negative side does not want that, right? And they are heavily infiltrated in everything. Now, I did a show earlier where I had a gentleman on. We were talking about the military, how the military is heavily infiltrated. I highly recommend everybody in America see that video. It's very, very insightful of how Obama and Biden were destroying the military, and they were destroying merit through merit. Most people rise to the top. That's been taken away. If you look back at World War II, there were just a handful of admirals and generals, just a couple of handfuls at the top, if that. And they managed 12 million fighters to win wars all over the planet. Now we have 1.3 million, and we have dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of generals and admirals. Why? All right, because most of them are political. So the military is not apolitical; it is political. And you've had these baddies that have come in, and they put those people in there, and through Obama, of course, Trump came in to try to clean it up, but it takes time. Hegseth is trying to clean it up, but it takes time. And what we've discussed in our video is that the Congress, because it was shared with me that when Eisenhower did his military-industrial complex, he initially was going to call it the Congressional Complex, because all the congressmen and women in their districts where they have military, they want to hold on to that. And they want to have all these admirals and generals that they back and forth, they support each other to basically tear down America. All right. So there's a lot of work still to be done. I think the National Prayer Day is going to set the intention. And then I guess we're going to have another convention. We never have a convention. The GOP is going to have a convention. We never have a convention in midterms. This has never happened before. So something's up, right? So just like we should, fire a lot of admirals and generals and get the best of the best, because we don't have an Eisenhower out there, that was a general. We don't have anybody like that badass in the military right now, with all those dozens, 40 plus whatever top generals we have. We don't have one. Why? Because it's not a merit-based system, guys. And if you don't have a merit-based system, then you're selecting people to be in positions for manipulating the system. So the tithing for the Luciferians is ending. We're cleaning up the military. We're going to clean up the government. All these things are going to get cleaned. And, you're going to see some people that are going to go away. And you're going to be wondering, well, what's happening? Why Laura Loomer is like hammering Tulsi Gabbard. And I hammered her the other night. I was like, how does the CIA come to your office and grab 40 boxes of high-level information on JFK and MLK? How do they come into your office and do that? Where were you? Why weren't they locked? Where are the copies? Right? Because I can tell you, I used to handle classified information in several teams, SEAL Team 6 and then and SEAL Team 4. And the the unit, Unit 1 in Guam. So there's a procedure for getting that stuff, and you don't just come in and grab it. No one comes in and grabs it. Somebody controls it. It's locked up, and you have to have the right clearances to get at it. So what the hell is going on with Tulsi Gabbard? Now, I talked about how someone said that she was already fired, right? And maybe we're moving in that direction. Maybe she's already fired and is just moving that direction. Maybe she wants to be fired, instead of like, you need to resign. So she won't resign, and so she needs something to happen that gets her fired. Because remember, she was slashing with the sword. She was, at one time, very liberal, and I don't think that's changed, right? Now, I was watching Nino's show today, and he was talking a little bit about this, and he's met her, and the stuff that he shared that she said, and he was like, Obama, being gay and all that stuff, and she was like, what does it even matter? Like, what does it even matter that his partner was a man and he was having gay relations with a man that was supposed to be his wife, and he had kids in a White House? Yeah, that matters. She was like, what does that matter? And so Nino told me some other things that she had said, and he didn't say it this and there, but there's stuff that you and I know is there's definitely some problems, like 9/11. Some people deny that was an inside job still to this day, right? So it is obviously not something that's talked about in the great halls of Congress and the White House. They don't openly talk about that was an inside job, right? We know it is, or at least a quarter of us do, because I saw a poll where, like, most people they have no idea that was an inside job. I'm like, are you kidding me? I've shared this for like so many years. It's like, please tell me there's more people that know about this. Anyway, so we have infiltration of bad across every spectrum. We've talked about this, right? So now it's becoming very obvious to everyone, and people speaking out about it. So we're going to see, a lot more. Yeah, Big Mike is a dude. Okay, Big Mike's a dude. What? So what? Right? So what? They lied to us all that time is complete BS. And who's that woman that said, "Oh, everyone knows she's a transgender," right? Who was that said that? And then she died a few days later. All right. So you can't speak about some of this stuff. I've had Joan Rivers. Thank you, Savvy. You savvy. And Chad, good job. All right. Everybody's hitting it. All right. Help Mike think. All right. So sometimes I need it. Even though I take some good stuff and it's supposed to help my brain, but sometimes my brain goes, nah, you're on your own on this one. So, okay. See if I get some help from my friends. So it's very funny because these people think it's funny. I'm like, you think it's funny? I think it's funny too. Wham! So that's the way I would do that. But anyway, I wouldn't hit a woman. No, ever, never. But maybe some man that's related to her is like, I'm gonna punch him, and that's about you. All right? No, I wouldn't even do that because I'm a love guy. I'm the love guy, right? So it's all about love, right? So I get by with a little help from my friends. That's right, Georgie girl. So, yep, and we all do. Working together. The reason why a lot of people have had success is because people have backed them. And one of those people that's had success is Louis Herms, because people have backed him. And we would like to see Louis as the governor of California. And don't know why, but Lewis would like to be the governor of California. I'm like, do you remember that? Remember that that scene where the guy that's like hunting all the treasures, he's in a snake pit, and it's in like the tomb, what is it, Lost Tomb or something like that?
Yeah, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, Raiders of the Lost Ark or whatever. Yeah. So he's like he's in the Egyptian thing, and he like gets locked down in the tomb, and all these snakes are coming up. He says, I hate snakes. And I'm like, that's gonna be like Lewis. He's gonna be in the den of the vipers. And because even though you're a good guy and you're gonna change things, it's gonna take time, just like Trump takes time.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a den of vipers, because not everybody's gonna get changed out. So you get one good person in there, and all the vipers are going to come at you. So how do you feel about that?
Well, frankly, they're already coming at me. I mean, if I'm the number one rated person on the hit list for the Southern Poverty Law Center, right?
Yeah.
Facebook has already admitted that their employees are taking me off of polls. I'm going to have a post today. Grok literally laid it out. I was surprised. I had them evaluate my campaign and what's going on. And they're like, well, because you can't get on Wikipedia, and the news media says that they won't push you forward unless you're on Wikipedia. You're kind of in a catch-22. I'm like, yeah, duh, right? And this is how it's been completely. And even Grok is like, you are highly suppressed. This is unprecedented. People from the Kennedy campaign said that this is worse than their campaign.
Wow.
This is what we're dealing with. And it's only for three reasons, in my opinion. One is I'm telling the truth. That's off limits, right? Two is I believe we have the system and the courage to get it done. And three, God forbid, I'm always asking people to stand up and make a difference. So for that reason, we are highly, highly attacked. And I can tell you, we're on our third PR team, third marketing team. And these new ones are all saying, at least the new ones, instead of saying, they throw up their hands to go, I've never seen anything like this, I can't do anything. They're like, I've never seen anything like this, but we're going to work harder and we're going to fight harder to make sure that you get out there. So that's the beautiful thing about the teams that we're working with now. But this is what we're dealing with. And this is unprecedented. It's actually, even Trump team would admit, this is more than what President Trump went through. And here's why. Because he was a celebrity and he was going to get the social media accolades anyways, the news media had to cover him because he was a celebrity. They couldn't bypass that, because even the normies that are watching this stuff would say something's wrong. So the goal here is two-phase. Number one, they want to pretend like I don't even exist. So we've had attorneys write letters and contact the news media and say, why aren't you putting us on the stage? We're the number one ranked independent out there. By the way, that's 30% of the population is non-Democrat and non-Republican. We are the number one ranked. 24% is Republican. We should be on every single debate stage. That's a no-brainer, right? Yeah. On the independent polls, we've always been number one. So from the beginning, almost a couple months after my announcement, because our policies are resonating with people. So think of the math of this. And I say the math don't math. 30% of the electorate are non-Democrat, non-Republican. I'm the number one rank, yet the news media refuses to recognize me for several reasons. One is they say, well, you're not on Wikipedia. Well, sorry, Wikipedia banned one of my assistants, and they refused to let us go through that final hoop. We're standing by for 6 months now. That final hoop, they will not respond, which would automatically put us on Wikipedia. So there's the game. And even Grok admits the game. They're like, yep, that's the game, right? So we're dealing with that. So we go, okay, news media, what's it going to take? They said, well, you have to be polling. Fantastic. Include us in a poll. Well, we can't. So we're not polling because we're not being polled, right? Although we know we're doing phenomenal because we have people coming out of the woodworks supporting us right now. So This is amazing, and it's unprecedented. This alone, this story that I just said right now, if we had a real news media, and if we had real podcasters like yourself and real social media people that are not controlled by the fake conservatives, this is going to piss a lot of people off when they find out that 80% of the podcasters that they follow that are conservative are actually paid. They're paid by fake conservatives.
Yep.
Organizations, and to completely control the narrative, right? So this is on purpose because they want to create that division, left versus right. They always try to keep it balanced about 50-50. So this is what we're dealing with right now. So this story alone should have been told all over the place. It has nothing to do with me. Yeah. It's just that you have the top nonpartisan person that's destroying others in debate is being completely ghosted. That should be social media fodder, but it's not. And that's why people will find out we have a whole fake news out there that is on social media. These are the same people that completely ignore the Tina Peters story. Let's see how many of them talked about Tina Peters today that it looks like she's going to get out June 1st, right? They ignore election. They ignore election fraud, and they ignore the poisoning in our foods. This is the same group that people still attach themselves to, and they have millions and millions of followers. People do not understand the psyop we're in, Mike, and I'm just blown away. And then, but yet you and I go speak in Sarasota or Tampa, Florida, and we get poisoned for it. It's madness. It is just madness what we're dealing with. But we're fighting the good fight. We're fighting through, and we have so many really cool commercials that we filmed in the last week. That we just need to get funding for them. But other than that, that's how we're going to push our way through this, because we did find a loophole. According to the Supreme Court, they made a decision that it doesn't matter who the candidate is. You have to give them time if they're willing to pay for advertising. So that's although another game, X took 9 months to approve us for advertising, and it took my guy having an insider to get it done. Facebook has never approved us for advertising. Their game is, they said, we'll send you a letter, you give us the 6 digits or whatever it is on the letter, and you're approved. They never send the letter. People don't understand. This is the game. It is a massive game, because a person like myself or you or anybody like us in office, we are tearing down the system. We're breaking through the zeitgeist. That's why you saw something I did called California, it's the Devil's Lair, when I was in Vegas for a presentation. This is the type of things we're going through. It's a controlled mechanism that I think even the conspiracy theorists, the tinfoil hat wearers, the people like me that have been exposing things for many years, when they see the depths and the darkness that is behind this, wow, they are going to be blown away how deep it is. And I think a lot of people have attached themselves to certain conservative podcasters and social media accounts. I believe they're going to have heartache when this is all said and done.
Crazy. So, I looked at, we're talking about, being truthers and putting out information. And first thing I did, of course, put out Tina Peters is going to get freed on June 1st. So that's cool you said that. But I look at my information, I can say Michael Jacob Truther and AI search. And they come up with fringe, conspiracy theorists, alternative spirituality communities, all kind of stuff. And it's like, well, does he have an impact on people? And they won't even go there. They won't even go that, we are having an impact on people because they want to hide that.
Yeah, and I've extracted that information from Grok after several questions and backing Grok up into a corner, and it said, yes, in fringe groups. You know what I mean? Which is crazy, because I can tell you, well, I'm on the road, and rarely do I have a so-called fringe group come up to me. And, we've had people were in a drive-through, and 25-year-old Hispanic, or she's in a drive-through. It's in the restaurant. She gets out of her car and says, Lewis Herms, where are you? I'm like, I'm over here. She goes, I'm voting for you, right? That's awesome. The same day we were traveling and we're just filling up a gas. I believe it was the Inland Empire, which is outside of Riverside, and a 25-ish guy, Hispanic guy, came up his car. He stayed in his car at first, and he goes, "Are you Lewis?" He goes, "Yes." He goes, "I thought so. I'm voting for you. I listen to you all the time." In fact, he said he heard me on Jaco and Nino, and I guess some of your stuff goes through Apple Podcasts or one of those things. I don't know how, because he said he was listening.
Spotify, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Spotify. He said he was listening through there on the radio, and I'm like, that's fantastic. And and he's 25-year-old Hispanic guy, conservative, right? And he's already a manager at a machine shop, and he has 2 children.
Wow.
This is the demographic. This is not a Democrat Republican thing. Throw the parties out, guys. You're being completely psyoped. The parties are to control you. Get away from that. This is about we the people, and only we the people under God. That's it. It's so easy. And if it's simple, I always say it's God work. If it's messy, it's something going on. And that's exactly what's going on. Everything's intentionally messy, right?
Yeah.
Because if they can keep us trying to figure things out and scattered and not resonating with our pineal gland or our pituitary system and just in taking the information in properly, we're lost. And and the fringe is the truly awake, because I believe you have the truly awake, which is a very small percentage. You have a large group that considers themselves very awake, right? Which is most of our audiences. And then you have another group, they say they're awake, but they don't have an effing clue. Like my wife says, they're probably election awake, but they're not adrenochrome awake. And then you have this whole section of sleepers in the middle, right? And then on all the way on one side, you have the people that have actually no clue whatsoever, and they'll be just happy to keep watching, I don't know, moms with white hats in a neighborhood, whatever the new fancy reality show is, right? It's just it's crazy, but we're making a huge difference. And I was asked to do this by God, and I know people think that's really weird. It's fine. I'm just telling you the truth. And what happened is I actually asked, so what's this going to look like? I really wasn't interested in running for politics. In fact, they've already called me the anti-politician. And he says, you're going to educate and you're going to disrupt and you're going to make a huge difference. And I hope I'm doing minimum that. But I think we have a real chance at this thing.
Well, there's Spencer Pratt is running for mayor of LA. And I see a similarity between he and you. So what are your thoughts on it? Does he have a shot?
Oh, I think he does have a shot for sure.
I think so.
I'm a little concerned, if I'm going to be very honest.
Yeah.
Anybody that's getting as much mainstream news media play as he is,
right,
is a concern. Because I know the way the game is played, and I know the way this works.
Mm-hmm.
That is a concern, but I think he has a real shot. He's polling really, but they're polling him. See, they don't even poll me, so how would we know, right? But they absolutely poll him.
Yeah, they televise his debates. And
they televise his debates, right? They won't televise my debates. By the way, so I debated Bianco and Hilton 5 times.
Wow.
Nobody knows that, because the only 5 debates that were not promoted by any news organization or by Bianco and Hilton's team were the same 5 debates that I was on stage with them.
Because you crushed them, right?
Yeah, but it didn't matter, because they could have promoted it beforehand and then afterwards decided not to. So they must have had a concern even at the beginning. But after the first one, I think they figured out, something's up. And I mean, I think it's fun. Like Vem Miller, I said something on some podcast a couple of days ago. They said it's like when Lewis debates everybody else, it's like Mike Tyson against a bunch of children. So I thought that was cool, but that tells you the dichotomy, because I understand the information. I dove in the information, and the solutions were created through my heart and my hard sweat work. It's not like somebody handed me a solution and said, "Now just talk about this."
Mhm.
We actually want to make a difference. So I know that's a really weird concept for some people.
Yeah. And that debate that I watched where Lara Logan was narrating it, you did exceptionally well. You're a crowd favorite, and against all there
That
was
was the
huge
first.
audience.
Yeah, that was the first one.
Yeah,
And then, do you remember how Hilton performed on the child trafficking question? He was embarrassed.
yeah,
And then within 2 weeks, he's standing on the corner of Figueroa with
yep,
a podium saying he has all the answers.
exactly.
Wow.
Because he saw that was a big win for you, and so that's one of the things you're gonna you face when you bring out all your points. You have you have a point to like completely turn California around, and
Right.
it absolutely makes sense. And anyone that has two brain cells that rub together can figure this is doable. I mean,
Mhm.
you've lined it out quite well. It's like
Yeah.
they they don't want that because there's so much fraud there. Now, Spencer Pratt, he had his home burned down in the Palisades fire, so I'm sure he's pretty pissed about that. He's living in a trailer on his lot. So it's like, and they're constantly giving him. They are trying to like discredit him because they
They
said he
are.
was living in a luxury hotels, but he's like, no, we go there to get cleaned up, and then we go back and we're back in our trailer. And yeah, I remember days like that where I was living in the woods in a tent, and we would go and get cleaned up in a hotel and then go back again. But there's a lot to be said about what you're doing as like God gave you direction. Go forth and educate everyone. So I mean, you gave a great presentation at the bond fraud
Mhm.
in L.A. That presentation was over the top. You basically you brought names of
Yeah.
where the corruption, where the like the demonic side of California is taking over, and you basically just laid it all out.
Well, it's factual too, right?
Yeah,
So I named it the Devil's Lair, and really what it comes down to is you have I call them the California cabal. So you've got the Browns, the Newsoms, the Pelosi's, and the Gettys that have been running things for really almost 80 years if you really dive deep into it.
hmm,
And then you have this one mystery man, right? That there it is. Thank you. That people talk about. So it's fascinating because if you just look at the history of this, and I did write some notes here just in case you asked about it.
hmm,
So let me put it here. So it started with, let's just go with the Browns. So you had Pat Brown, who was governor in the 60s, and he kind of laid the groundwork for the modern welfare warfare state in California. His son Jerry Brown, people are probably more familiar with, right? He served as governor twice, once in the 70s, and then it skips forward and all the way in the 2010s, which is really weird if you ask
yeah,
me,
that was weird.
right? So, and they pushed everything from the high speed rail to, climate agendas, things like that. But the Browns really didn't just hold office. They started anointing the next generation,
Yep.
right? So I call them the original dynasty, and they're the architect. Really, Pat Brown was the architect. He's the patriarch,
Hmm.
and he became governor himself in the late 50s, 59, I believe it was. And then what happened is, with massive help from uh, William Newsom, right? That's Gavin's grandfather, a real estate developer, right? Then Pat built the modern California machine, right? So it's a massive infrastructure. You got water projects, highways, the Golden State expansion. All of this stuff were funded through insiders, right? And then Jerry Brown was like the ultimate shapeshifter. He was in trouble. He did this. He did this. He became whatever the public eye needed him to be, and that's what happened. So they kept building and building and building this. So the Browns appointed the next generation, right? So he personally tapped Bill Newsom. Again, that's Gavin's dad, for 2 judgeships in the 70s, right? And then Pat's daughter, Kathleen, she even ran for governor herself. But this is all the way it goes. It's not just family politics, right? But they laid the foundation for everything. So Gavin Newsom comes in. We're all familiar with him, right? He's our current governor, if you want to call him that. And he's a poster boy for the machine. So his father, Bill Newsom, like I said, was a judge that was handpicked by Jerry Brown. What happened though? They're deep into the oil game, real estate, philanthropy. They always hide before these philanthropic groups. They hide behind them. That's the game. It's been going on for a long time.
Oh yeah.
The Clinton Foundation is a great example of that, right? So it's all influence peddling. So Gavin's story he tells publicly is kind of, he rose from nowhere, almost like he was like me. I was truly a latchkey kid, and he pretends to be that, right? But he was groomed from the beginning, right? He was fast tracked through the same network, right? That owns half of all of the Bay Area's power brokers. That's what it is. But the Newsoms kind of are the glue that's been holding this whole web together. Even Grandpa Newsom was Pat Brown's campaign guy, right, in San Francisco, right? He survived the 1906 quake, and then suddenly everybody got rich off of that, right? Go figure, right? So it goes on and on and on. They went to a St. Ignatius prep school together. Interesting, the Browns and the Gettys, right? So that's Gordon and Paul Jr. So now the Gettys enter it, right? And it's all commingling. So they used Bill Newsom was the trust manager for the Getty Empire. He literally carried the $3 million ransom suitcase. Do you remember that the ransom had to be paid?
Right.
He carried it to Italy.
Yeah, Getty.
Yes, exactly. He carried it to Italy during the 70s, right? So they're all interconnected. It's
so why California, with obviously the Getty, oil empire, one of the richest men in the world is in that time, wrote the book How to Be Rich. I read that book. It's a great book. But why is California like pushing the oil away? Is it kind of like what you're talking about? They get on some kind of, we're the good guys who want to make the environmental thing, and they run that and they run that and they run that, and they just like destroy California's oil industry and shut down all of the refineries and everything. And California gas is most expensive in the nation now.
So it's a great question. Here's my take on it is I've been studying 30 years the way these oil companies work. So I'll give you an example. When something happens in regards to the Middle East, obviously the price per barrel of oil is affected, right? Negatively or positively, depend on what's going on. What happens is today oil will spike due to a problem in the Middle East, right? Tomorrow our gas prices go up dramatically, and then that problem is resolved 3 weeks later, and the oil goes back down to where it was, and then it takes another 2 weeks, not 1 day, for the oil companies to revise their prices, right? So they're scamming us in the meantime. And then when they started introducing fees, fines, regulations, and taxes, especially in California in regards to oil, it's even worse. Let's say there's $2 of taxes on oil, and $2 of taxes and fees and regulations, so on and so forth. Then instead of just charging us $2 extra, they'll charge $3 extra. So, but they'll blame it out loud. They're in cahoots. They'll blame it on the establishment that they're affecting us because of the regulations and so on and so forth. So you have to pay more. But what they're not telling you is they're getting an extra dollar per se on top of it in profit, because they use, remember, never let a crisis go to waste. That's the way the oil companies work. So fast forward to today, the lovely Newsom has driven out major oil companies here.
Yep.
But also, in addition, California is the only, I believe, the only one that gets oil from the Middle East through the Strait of Hormuz. We just got our last tanker of oil from the Middle East, just arrived yesterday.
Wow.
So you can imagine what's going to happen in the state of California, because there's nothing coming out there. So you drive all these oil companies out, right? And then you get your last one through them. But what's probably going on, and this is only speculation, this is not fact. What's probably going on is whatever oil companies are left right now are directly in cahoots with the Newsom administration, would be my guess, because this is an opportunity for them to make a big, huge bundle, because our gas will probably go up to $9 to $10 a gallon if President Trump, and he's trying to get involved right now to help California.
Yeah.
But you know how this works, right? So
it's a slow process, and they're this like slowly they go to turn on the oil spigots after President Trump said, turn that oil on out there in the ocean. So
exactly.
like,
and he's trying to,
hey, we'll do that.
exactly. Same with the water, right? So it's a game. So I would bet, and I just don't have time to dig into it, but I would bet that there's probably one or two refineries or existing oil companies that are probably in cahoots with the Newsom administration. And what better way to pay your cronies and pocket as much money as you can is drive out the oil companies that you're not in cahoots with, create a bigger crisis than should ever existed in the first place. All the gas goes through the roof, and the bad people make all the money. That's likely what is happening right now.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much what a fascist system does. They basically take the industries that they want to support and they destroy the other ones. And then there's just a few left, and they're, supported by the government. We saw that in Nazi Germany. Of course, they call President Trump a Nazi, but we know they are. So it's very frustrating.
Well, I'm a racist. That's what they say. So
that's why the Southern law firm or whatever is chasing you down and trying to destroy you.
Yeah,
but they're losing their money too. So once they lose their money, they can't put up any protest against you and pay for them.
Yes and no. So here's the thing: SPLC has a known bank account of $500 million. Right. That's housed in the United States. It's speculative that they could have $1 billion to $1.2 billion that is hidden around the world in other accounts. So, and what I've been finding, and this is one of my biggest concerns before with crypto, what I've been finding is a lot of these NGOs and large corporations now have buried assets in cryptocurrency, which really is going to pose a problem for us if that's the truth.
Wow. So your website, they've done a really good job on their website. And let me pull it up while we're talking. So you've gone through some changes like you talked about. You have some incredible people that are involved with you now, and we're getting down to the wire. When is the election the election again?
Primary is June 2nd.
June 2nd?
June 2nd. And that primary is by far, in every election, the most important election. We've been completely brainwashed to think the general election is the most important. Let me lay it out real quick why the primary is by far the most important. So on average, you'll have 30% of people come out to a primary and vote. You have 70% or more come out in the general election to vote, depending on who the candidates are. Everybody focuses on the general election, obviously, when you get, 2 to 3 times more people voting in the general election. Why is that the psyop? Because the baddies spend all their energy, their time, their sweat getting a Republican in name only through the primary. So they know they have the Democrat compromised already. They get this fake Republican in there. So now you have 2 choices. It's the illusion of choice. Plato talked about this is the way you would be able to control society. Machiavelli literally used this technique to control society. So now you have the illusion of choice, and the constituents, there's so much passion, right, in the people for the general election. Sorry, guys, you already have two bads. You're literally looking at 2 evils. One is just dressed up different than another one. You must come out for the primaries. If you don't come out for the primaries, you're literally playing the game that the cabal wants you to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, it should be a no-brainer. You're talking about eliminating taxes. It's like you can do that. You've shown how you can do that.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that.
It should be like everybody should. I would be like, if I lived in California, I'm like, I don't care what everybody else says. I'm voting for you. But you have all these other things that you're doing as well that, should make everybody, stand up and look. But your information is just not getting out there.
Well, and that's what it is. So we've been kind of checking out all the people that are coming up to us that don't know us. After a 5 to 10 minute conversation with my team, Mr. Jaco, not even me, there's about an 80% conversion rate. Can you imagine that? That's huge.
Insane.
It's astronomical.
I've never heard anyone have that.
So I know. I've gone places where people are voting for Bianco and Hilton. Excuse me. And next thing you know, they're like, okay, after hearing you speak, I get it. You got my vote. Right. And we might even put a fun little video together in regards to that. So, and this is not about Lewis. I'm just really good at articulating the information and finding the solution, right? The reality is this is about common sense of how to run any government, because the reality is if we just focus on the way the founding fathers set it up, and we are held accountable by we the people, it's actually really easy to run a government. When your goal is to do the best for the people, when your goal is to pretend you're doing the best for the people while you're stealing money and stabbing them in their back, it's actually harder to run that, because you have to manipulate and you have to play all of these games and fake it. So the message and the solutions really resonate with the people. And I'm talking Democrats and Republicans alike, because the reality is we've done the testing, and somewhere around 85% of all issues the Democrats and Republicans actually agree on. But people are shocked. They're like, that's impossible. And then I lay out the 85%. They're like, well, that's true. And the 15% that they don't agree upon, that's the only 15% that's talked about in the news media. Go figure. Divide, conquer. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. So your donations, how the donations going? What do you need for going forward?
Well, we go on tour again starting tomorrow morning, and we'll go non-stop, and then I hope to see you at our party on June 2nd, where we're holding, which is going to be fun. But it's going to be amazing. So I think we have about, you may see it online, I don't know. We have probably 11, 12 stops already solid in stone. The first one is going to be Sunday. We're going to do Trump's calling for a National Prayer Day in DC. We're going to do one at the Sacramento Capitol.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So we're going to be there. So come join us for that. Just go to hermsforcali.com and you can see all the events on there. You just click on them. You'll have the details. Everything we do is for free, right? But you know what? We do need gas money. So that would definitely help. And we have a massive advertising campaign. And this may sound like a big number, but I can tell you, if we had $750,000, we would be able to reach just about everybody in the last 2 weeks. And then we know the cabal would not be able to hold us back.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah,
and,
we've got
a lot of these guys are like millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can tell you, Hilton actually told me this. I have a text message from him. One of the reasons why he did not get a statement on the election booklet that comes out, it's because he said he wants to spend more than their maximum, which is a little under $12 million. So literally they'll do everything to buy their way into this. It will blow you away, the tactics that are used. I had a top candidate tell me on the phone, Lewis, you are the guy I would be most concerned about, but I've got the news media and a big endorsement. I won't say his name because it was a private conversation. I'll say it in private, and he goes, but so I'm not worried about you. Think about that. This is a top candidate. He said, you're my biggest concern, but because I have all the news media and this one big endorsement coming, it didn't happen at the time. He said, I'm not worried about you.
Wow.
Think about that. That's the type of stuff that we're dealing with. The arrogance of these people, because they know they have it, they think they have it all sealed up. They couldn't handle a candidate. By the way, this is again not about Lewis. This is about, and I'm going to help create a model for everybody moving forward in every single state and local race, how we, the people guy, can make a massive impact. And I'll be going as far to create a media apparatus that can be used by them to completely bypass this cultish media, fake podcasters and fake conservative social media people. So this is going to be amazing. Amazing. Hey, how did she know it would cost $500 to fill up the bus? She's right. That's exactly right.
Maybe you've said it somewhere.
I might
So
have.
it is it costs a lot to run a campaign, but you're doing it as low budget as possible. And I know because I've seen you move around the states, but you do a really good job. You have great audiences. Everybody gets a lot out of it, a lot of fun. It's just too bad it's not going more widespread and more mainstream, because you have those people that like you talked about, or think they're going to be selected, and everybody's just going with them. They just kind of like just turn their back on you. But we the people can make a difference.
My wife is very in tune, and she didn't know before this run that there were more than 2 or 3 people running in any one given election cycle. When she found out there was 135 at one time running for governor, and then
Oh, wow.
on the ballot there's over 60, she's like, and she was not mad at that. She's mad that the news media selects the people for you. Like, that's how arrogant they are. And this is why I keep calling out the social media control freaks also, because they just select their two, and they're like, here they are. It's almost, it's Cal Matters came out and so arrogantly said, here's your 6 candidates that are running. And we're like, wait a second, what's going on right now? Right? So just a complete utter lie. I don't know how these people get away with this.
Wow. Because they get away with it. No one holds them accountable. And that's another thing that we need to work on going forward. Then I think you're
Make
going to.
pitchforks great again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's going to be exciting going forward, getting down to the wire. So what happens after June 2nd? You get enough votes and you move forward. What happens?
Yeah, so we only need to come within second place, right? Which I'm guessing, based on the way things are diluted, that's going to be somewhere between probably 700,000 and 1 million votes, right? Based on the turnout, which we don't know what the turnout's going to be. We're really pushing for a big turnout, and we're engaging non-voters. And what I mean is somebody that's actually legally can vote but haven't voted in the last election. That's who we're also engaging. So we're doing a great job here. We do not know our impact, though, because nobody wants to poll us. And because remember, if they poll us, then they have to put us on the debate stage, and that's the last thing they want. So it's a massive cabal. It's completely controlled. But let's see. We get in that second spot or first spot, then we feel very confident at what's going to happen, because now the media cannot avoid you when you're in those top 2 spots. Like when Trump broke through, they couldn't avoid him anymore. They would bash him. They'd call him names. They'd make up stuff, Russia, whatever it was, but they could not avoid him any longer. And that's where we hope to be.
Very good. Very good. All right. So after this show, I'm going to donate once again, because I know you need the money, and I hope that everybody else will be joining me in donating to you, because obviously, it can make a difference. Like Lewis said, if they could just have under $1 million
Yeah.
in advertising they'll win.
About
That's
$710,000.
wow. So, all right, I know there's some billionaires out there that could benefit from this, because the billionaires had to run from California
Yeah,
because they were going to tax them.
Yeah, I would think, and there's PACs that support us. You would think, well, they don't support us, but a PAC, will run advertising, and which would benefit us because at least we'd get the exposure. So what's interesting though about this is with the policies that we have, these billionaires would do so amazing because the economy is going to just
Right.
absolutely explode, and we're gonna deregulate a lot of stuff. I would be the no-brainer for them. Very curious why they haven't reached out, because
I
just
know.
the money that they could push through to support our campaign alone we would be number one, no problem, right? Because the
What they're
message is
spending to move their businesses to other states like Texas and Tennessee is
absolutely
tremendous.
crazy.
And there's almost
I think
all the billionaires, because I guess there was like a date when they passed a law, and there was a date not so long ago where if they're still in California, they're going to get just like slaughtered in taxes, and they all moved. So
Yeah.
you would think they would throw something your way. God, what the
you
heck?
would think. And one of the challenges could be, and I'm still okay with this, is I've said out loud, I said, if any big donors come in, or if some super PACs created, or whatever they do, right, and it's benefiting me, I'm still not going to do what you're asking me to do. I'm only going to do what's right for the people. If it happens to benefit a large corporation because the way things are laid out and the economy is robust, and we're deregulating a lot of stuff, fantastic. But a lot of these billionaires have this arrogance of control about them too.
Yeah.
Like, if we're going to do this, it's a quid pro quo. I will not go down that road. Like, I want to meet with Elon. I can show
I know. I
Elon
was about to say that. I can't believe Elon hasn't reached
it
out to
doesn't
you,
make any sense. Elon, for what I'm going to do
'cause
in
he's backed
California,
other people like you in
right?
other states,
What I'm doing
and
in
dumped
California,
like 10 million in one state. I remember he was backing one guy.
and it's a no-brainer. If I could sit down with Elon, when he sees what I have laid out for this state, it would be an absolute no-brainer. And I would say, but I'm going to do it my way.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll take
But
advisors, but
it
it's
would
always
benefit the state if Elon came back massively,
hugely.
and all these other billionaires came back. They're like, oh, you got Elon on your side? Okay, we're going to back you too. So if you just got one of those big wig donors, it would completely turn around overnight.
Yeah. I even have a recommendation for Elon's company that would make him a fortune and help we the people out tremendously. I don't want any money for it, right?
Yeah.
It'll make him billions, and the people would just be hugely benefiting from this idea that I have. But we can't get past as gatekeepers. We've tried.
Right. So that boring company that he had, that was really suppressed, and that could have been amazing for California. They had that, and you know why? Because they were trying to do that bullet train to nowhere,
Right.
that just sucking money and put it into people's pockets that didn't belong in. Nancy Pelosi and many others, probably Newsom himself, but there's better ideas out there, and you're not going to get any of that if you don't get elected. It's gonna continue to go downhill. California's dead.
Yep.
Without you.
I agree, and I think it's sad, but
Yeah.
I agree. There's nobody that is running close to the top that I feel will be a trusted advocate for the people. And that's just honest. I'm not trying to build or pull them down. I'm just saying this is why I jumped in the race. Blew me away.
Yeah.
And I said, God, what am I going to do here? I thought for sure it's going to, do another documentary, tour the state, and it was, no, you're running for governor. I'm like, what?
Well, it's been a pleasure watching you run, because we've been friends for a while, and I've seen you do amazing things. And I was like, wow, he could really win being governor because I've seen you do amazing things. You just like from nothing. And here you are running for governor with nothing. And it's amazing. And where you're at, you really would win if they gave you any kind of, in the press. They gave you anything in the press, the mainstream media. Even unfortunately, it's probably not going to happen. But I agree with you. If somebody's getting a lot of attention, something's probably wrong.
Yep. So let's see. We're
Yeah.
going to break through here. We feel really good about it. These commercials are pretty epic that we're going to be releasing here and there. It's going to be fun. And anybody knows Elon or a billionaire, have them sit down for an hour lunch on me. I'll pay for it.
That's generous of you.
Yeah.
If you need a little help, I'll help you out. I'll donate a little bit more.
Thank you. So have them sit down for an hour lunch or dinner. You know what I mean? And I think they would be blown away when I kind of give lay the inside of the plan of what we have. It will benefit the people to a way where everybody involved is going to prosper. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah. That's great. God, I hope you win. Jeez.
We're working on it.
Praying for you. Donating, and many times you want to come on and do the show. It's great. We get it out there. But yeah, it does at some point. It probably is going to get some traction, and then it's going to blow up. It happens that way.
Yep.
Grassroots movements are amazing. So
and it's like it feels like a balloon right now. It's expanding and expanding, but we're still pressurized. We're held in. But when it and I think the baddies know this. When it pops, there's no holding it back, right? Because the message is just so clean and honest. So that's a concern for them.
Yeah, good. And yeah, you gained another follower on X. And go tell somebody. And when they, follow, have them tell somebody. So that's the way this works. This is the way we win. It's the only way we win because they're against us. And until we, motivate each other and rise up and help each other out, then we're going to continue to get hammered by them. Right.
It is. We the people are the plan. I've been saying it for years, and it is we the people. Let's stop waiting for anybody to save us and let's save ourselves.
Absolutely. All right, my brother. It's been great having you on. I'm so excited for you. Things are looking up. It's starting to click in the right direction. We'll see what happens on June 2nd, but you have all those events that are coming up. We'll see how many people show up. And that's going to help the momentum. If you have a lot of people showing up for these events and telling people, that could put you over very easily.
Yep, I agree. All right, my brother. Thank you. Appreciate you. Say hi to your lovely wife.
All right. Well, thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, New World Order advocates were building data centers across the U.S. and world to control and kill millions. The mark of the beast was already decreed in the UK. What was believed to be a cloned King Charles recently announced, my ministers will proceed with the introduction of digital ID. Julian Assange explained the silent manipulation of digital history, warning that centralized internet archives now possess the power to erase, alter and control humanity's collective memory in ways most people never imagined possible. This Illuminati deep state's control over our memory, money, lives and future has been going on for a very long time using their adept knowledge and application of mind control techniques through homage to Satan. In 1994, 160 nations agreed to reduce the world population to 800 million by 2030, the goal of the Illuminati deep state cabal global elites in their New World Order plan to rule over all of the people. They would do it through mind control. Cuba was a prime example of how to control a population. Top Democrats like Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Barb Early of California, Ilhan Omar, Jonathan Jackson of Illinois and Congresswoman Dewa Pramila Jayapal, chair of Congressional Progressive Caucus, have visited Cuba many times to meet with Fidel Castro and learn how to implement communism into the U.S. Declassified CIA documents have revealed a covert psychological warfare program present in the U.S. since at least the end of World War II. It was designed to drug entire populations using food. This was the authentic MKUltra exposed in full, with the battle for control over human minds raging from years past straight into 2026. And most had no idea of its negative influence on society yet, because we have been mind-controlled by a paid-off mainstream media that no longer had a clue, nor meaning of a free press. Yet behind the scenes, we were experiencing the greatest transfer of wealth and greatest military sting in the history of the world. President Trump had already returned America to concepts of the original Constitution in a restored republic based on common law. China, too, had been under control of the UK deep state. With Trump's visit and a global currency reset giving them sovereignty to their own monies, China just declared themselves separated from the UK, Vatican and now defunct US Incorporated. We the people were no longer the cabal's debt machine. Soon temporary martial law would rule across every nation. You were advised to secure food, cash and essentials for 10 to 12 days of a possible worldwide lockdown and communication blackout while Trump's global military alliance finished making mass arrests across the world. Trust the plan, God's plan. This was a new beginning. After 10 to 12 days of communication darkness, the world would never be the same. There would be a new republic, economy, and legal, health, political, and education systems. Overnight Thursday, May 15, 2026, President Trump pulled the trigger as he posted this bombshell: "Arrest Obama the traitor." The question for Trump's global military alliance was, where was Obama? Here. There. Everywhere. In hiding. In Canada. In Ukraine. In the ground at Gitmo. In his mansion basement listening to conversations in the Oval Office. Very confusing. Yesterday, Thursday 15, I posted that it had been confirmed directly from Gitmo records that in February 2026 Obama had undergone a military tribunal, was convicted of treason and hanged, among many other deep state elites. Evidently the former president had been convicted of orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign, with ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. Very confusing, considering he had gone through a military tribunal. At the same time, Baxter claimed that disgraced former President Barack Hussein Obama, aka Barry Soetoro, formally asked Prime Minister Mark Carney for political asylum in Canada, his latest stop in a global sojourn to find refuge from Trump's military and Department of Justice. Very confusing, since the White Hats have fruitlessly hunted Obama since early 2021. Each time they thought they'd caught him, the target turned out to be a body double or clone. Of all the deep state prey White Hats have pursued, Obama has been the most elusive, an ethereal gossamer able to simultaneously appear at multiple places across the globe. As Obama shook hands with Carney in Toronto on May 8, he was also addressing a class of 2026 high school graduates at a Chicago high school. Perplexingly, legacy media never addressed how Obama concurrently surfaced in Chicago and Toronto. One of the two, or possibly both, was a clone or look-alike, according to a source at U.S. Army Cyber Command, RCyber, who told Real Raw News that the military's premier intelligence agency had intercepted a phone conversation between Carney and Prime Minister of Spain Pedro Sánchez Pérez Castejón on May 10, 2026. On the call, Carney told Pérez Castejón that Obama had approached him for help in evading dragnets cast by the U.S. military and Justice Department. He also told Pérez Castejón that, according to Obama, Trump's walls of injustice were closing around him and that, without aid, it was only a matter of time before Barack disappears or Barack dies of natural causes became headline news. Allegedly, Obama had already requested and received asylum and promises of non-extradition from 4 other countries, Poland, Ukraine, New Zealand, and Kenya, the latter his true birthplace. On Carney's call with Prime Minister Pérez Castejón, his voice was trembling with fear. He said he'd probably grant Obama asylum, but he was also wary what would happen if President Trump found out Canada's harboring a fugitive. He's elusive. He can't hide forever, our source said. RCyber is unsure whether Obama or his double/clone met with Carney. Clones are a facsimile of the real deal, and body imposters are well trained to mimic his appearance and mannerisms. The only way to know with 100% certainty is to examine his feet and genitals, or lack thereof. White Hats have exposed Hollywood actors masquerading as Obama at public events, including Star Trek Voyager actor Tim Russ. Back on April 25, 2023, Baxter wrote an article covering Obama's most famous body double, Tim Russ. Star Trek Voyager actor Tim Russ is Barack Obama body double. The dossier alleges that Russ has been obsessed with Obama since at least 2014. A then 57-year-old Russ petitioned his agent to secure an audition for South Side with You, a 2015 film, entirely fictitious. By the way, about a young, love-struck Obama wooing Michelle on a first date across Chicago. Told he was too old to play the part, Russ argued he could beat age through CGI and play a convincing Barack Hussein Obama. The CIA papers don't say why they need actors to imitate Obama, but clearly say they approached Tim Russ last year. They mentioned putting Russ through rigorous training so that even astute observers wouldn't be able to tell he wasn't Obama unless they were right up in his face. They taught him to walk, talk, and act like Obama, just like they taught actor Arthur Roberts to pretend to be Joseph Biden. Tim Russ is the new Hussein Obama, our source said. The CIA has a way of making the news very confusing. They appear to be experts at it, but Trump didn't appear confused at all. He hasn't allowed Obama in the White House since his inauguration. March 16, 2026. Obama denied access to White House, Trump, after Obama Foundation sends letter. The Honorable Barack Obama must speak with President Trump personally. By the way, after Trump took office, he had security do a complete remodel of the Oval Office, White House and other federal buildings after they found Obama had the White House completely wired. Gitmo records show the following: arrested and executed November 2025, Hillary Clinton, late 2025, James Comey, John Brennan, other intelligence operatives. December 2025, Anthony Fauci, early 2026, Bill Gates. February 2026, Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell. March 2026, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, George Soros, Boy George, George Clooney, George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, Glenn Dubin. Ghislaine Maxwell arrested and serving life in prison. The above seemed hard to believe, until you dig into alternative news articles written around the time of the fraudulent 2020 election. Apparently for years the Democratic Party and some Republican political elites have been working in cooperation with the Chinese and other communist parties to overthrow the U.S. government and set up a new world order. Below was an article I wrote in December of 2020 exposing Obama, Biden and FBI Director Haspel activities and their suspected collusion with foreign powers including the Chinese Communist Party to overthrow the election. A2s. December 1, 2020. Obama, Biden, CIA Director Gina Haspel evidently arrested for espionage, voter fraud. Evidently former President Barack Obama has been arrested in Hawaii and charged with espionage according to an announcement by Assistant Attorney General for National Security, John C. Demers on Saturday, November 28, 2020. That same day Obama's former VP Joe Biden began wearing a boot that could hide an ankle bracelet, although he claimed the boot was due to an ankle injury. 2 weeks ago CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained on charges of election fraud, and said to be spilling the beans on Obama and Biden. Obama, Biden and Haspel were suspected of colluding with foreign powers including the Chinese Communist Party, plus promoting the use of election fraud, to put the socialist-leaning and compromised Biden/Harris ticket in power, overtake the U.S. government and establish a new world order. Obama's complaint alleged that the former U.S. president compromised U.S. security by conspiring with a business partner and former CIA agent to give U.S. government classified information to high-up Chinese intelligence officials in the People's Republic of China, PRC. Biden was reported to be under house arrest for compromising U.S. security by conspiring with a foreign power to interfere with a U.S. election. Although, Biden was quite upfront about his voter fraud on national TV, saying right before the election that he had compiled the most extensive voter fraud organization in the history of politics. Biden's son Hunter's laptop was said to contain evidence that Biden was compromised, having accepted millions of dollars from China, the Ukraine and other countries during his years in public office, including his 8 years of serving as vice president in the U.S. A Sunday 22nd of November, 2020 report showed Joe Biden stole $140 million from U.S. Treasury and transferred it to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. The report shows Joe Biden stole $140 million from the U.S. Federal Treasury and transferred the dollar to Rosemont Seneca, purportedly for bank bailouts and then to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. On 7th of November, 2020, the Saturday after elections, CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained for election fraud. She was injured by U.S. Spec Ops forces that raided a Frankfurt, Germany CIA server farm site. Unfortunately, 5 U.S. soldiers and one of the CIA mercenaries were killed in the firefight. Haspel, evidently in Frankfurt to protect server data that would incriminate deep state leaders such as Obama and Biden, was said to be cooperating to lessen her own sentence and revealing information about an extensive voter fraud scam perpetrated by Democrats in the 2020 election. The military raid captured Dominion voting servers, which were found to have swung votes from Trump to Biden from their locations in Germany, Canada, and Spain. Simultaneous raids took place in Toronto, Dominion voting system headquarters, and Barcelona, Spain, another CIA site server farm used in the election vote switching fraud. Although you would never hear about it in today's mass media, the connections were obviously there. George Soros was head of the board of directors for Dominion. Since the November 3 election, a boatload of evidence has come forth around George Soros-owned, CIA-developed Dominion voting machines that tabulated the U.S. election results. The tabulation was done on easily compromised servers in Germany, Canada and Spain which were hooked up to the internet. The Dominion programs were said to be designed to throw millions of Trump votes to Biden. In 2002 to 2004 a Hammer supercomputer scorecard app vote switching algorithm software on Dominion machines was borrowed from the CIA to be used in Venezuelan developed Smartmatic vote switching software by dictator Hugo Chavez and Venezuelan military officers in order to rig elections. On Saturday morning, November 28, 2020, Obama's criminal complaint was unsealed by Demers, U.S. Attorney for the District of Hawaii Kenji N. Price, Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterintelligence Division Alan E. Kohler Jr., and Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Honolulu Field Office Elias Miranda. A judge has imposed a media blackout in the U.S. on news about the arrest, but Canadian outlets like Conservative Beaver and a couple of Spanish-speaking newspapers were not subject to those rules and have reported on the high-profile arrest. Under direction of General Michael Flynn, mass arrests were continuing on over 209,000 sealed indictments filed in federal courts across the nation since President Trump took office. On Wednesday, 25 November, 2020, Flynn began executing high-level arrests overseas and was presently after pedophiles in the Netherlands, the New World Order and Council of Foreign Relations headquarters, where recently, a lot of planes have mysteriously crashed. Henry Kissinger and others have been ousted from the Council of Foreign Relations. Military rendition flights were all over the U.S. It was said that hundreds of treasonous actors were being extracted, put onto flights and interrogated until they turned, with an emphasis on finding evidence of voter fraud. These military flights were increasing in preparation for potential Antifa violence and RV release security. Apparently for years the Democratic Party and some Republican political elites have been working in cooperation with the Chinese and other communist parties to overthrow the U.S. government and set up a new world order. Trump and the White Hats of the alliance set up the 2020 presidential election as a sting to catch these bad guys in treason, with intelligence gathered by the Kraken. The Kraken was the nickname of the 305th Battalion Military Intelligence Corps located at Fort Huachuca, Arizona. It provided electronic warfare and signals intelligence, SIGINT. The 305th consisting of 6 companies, HHC, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. On Wednesday morning, November 4, 2020, right after the election, the Department of Defense, 305th Battalion and NSA began recording real-time fraud evidence of vote switching from all 6 battleground states, GA, PA, ME, Y, Oz, NV, in a blockchain tech ledger that was unhackable and undeletable. This real-time digital evidence would now be used to prosecute all deep staters involved in election and voter fraud, including Obama, Biden, and Haspel. Page 9 of Sidney Powell's federal lawsuits filed in Georgia and Michigan midnight Wednesday 25 November. 2020, the Dominion software was accessed by agents acting on behalf of China and Iran in order to monitor and manipulate elections, including the most recent U.S. general election in 2020. On Tuesday, November 1, 2020, Lieutenant General McInerney tweeted, "It is treason. They are trying to overturn this government. See, what we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing." Years ago, Bill Gates quietly secured 24,000-plus acres in Buckeye, Arizona, desert land tied to a future AI-controlled smart city. Now, that same region is on fire. Not a small brush fire either. A fast-moving blaze is tearing through the area, forcing evacuations and locking everything down. And right as flames spread, Insurance companies are already pulling wildfire coverage in those exact areas. Read that again. Land tied to a future smart city. Now burning. Coverage is disappearing at the same time. And people are starting to ask questions: why that exact location, why now, before any major development began, and why does it feel like the land is being cleared? Smart cities need blank slates, controlled zones, rebuild-ready land. And suddenly, nature does the demolition. Paradise. Maui. Pacific Palisades. Buckeye. At what point do people stop calling this a coincidence and start calling it a pattern? Land. Fire. Rebuild. Friday, May 15, 2026. The actor who ended up playing Joe Biden's body double for nearly 2 years will turn state's evidence to avoid jail time, according to sources close to the FBI's investigation. Benjamin Fulford on Telegram. The suspect was hired to stand in one place for 10 minutes, said a special agent. That's how it began. Before he knew it, the subject was sitting behind the Resolute desk and taking calls from foreign leaders. A birthday party impressionist ended up the leader of the free world, if only for a few minutes here and there. Dozens of West Wing staffers were complicit in pulling off the ruse. The whole building had to be in on it. Possible timing on Sunday, May 17, 2026. Starlink broadcasts via EBS. On Monday, May 18, 2026. Zim redemptions and Jazara funds available. On Tuesday, May 19, 2026. Full quantum financial system goes live, locking down corruption forever. Debt jubilees frees humanity. On Wednesday, May 20, 2026, Trump declares republic restored. Global arrests of elites and pedophiles intensify under martial law as the new era of freedom and health dawns. On Friday, May 22, 2026, the gold/asset-backed currencies of 209 nations in the quantum financial system rebirths the old fiat global financial system. Trump unveils plans for total independence from globalists. Tuesday, May 26, 2026. The final sequence activates. 48-hour blackout countdown to Thursday 28th of May. Monday 1st of June or Wednesday 3rd of June. EBS override ready. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. Friday, May 15, 2026. A temporary period of martial law would be in effect worldwide to maintain peace and be a support to the people during a period of mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile deep state elites who have done harm to the people. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Saturday midnight, May 16, 2026 will be the beginning of a 10 to 12-day worldwide blackout where the Global Military Alliance and their Starlink satellite system will take over all internet, cell phones, TV, radio and communication devices across the globe. 7 trumpets will sound and then over a period of 3 days, President Trump will broadcast 7 different EBS messages to all cell phones worldwide. The messages will explain what is going on worldwide, mass arrests of the bad guys, plus the new and greatly improved financial, educational, healthcare and political systems installed worldwide after the worldwide blackout. Banks will close and 10 to 12 days later only a select few will reopen. They will have a different purpose of not holding your money, but will provide services only. Your now gold/asset-backed money was already mirrored onto the new global financial system and be placed in a personal wallet. After the 10 to 12 days of darkness you will be called into a redemption center near your home to set yourself up on your personal wallet that only you can access. If you are a citizen of a country where you no longer live, you will need to travel back to that country in order to set up your wallet and take charge of your money. This was a free service handled by the military. Inside your wallet has been placed gold/asset-backed monies owed you by the cabal, such as illegal interest you paid on loans and money they gained by trading your birth certificate on the stock market. This money varies depending on the country in which you are a citizen and live. During a 10 to 12-day transition period, ATMs, credit and debit cards won't work in order for everyone to switch over to the new global financial system. It is strongly advised to draw cash out of your bank right now to tide you over for the 10 to 12-day period. It is also advised to store food and essentials to provide for your family and neighbors during this transition period. The military will be handing out food and essentials for those not prepared. Be aware that there may be a time period where planes will be grounded and trains and buses won't be working in certain areas in order to protect people during mass arrests. Global Currency Reset. Thursday, May 14, 2026. Bruce, since Wednesday 13th of May and to Monday 18th of May bondholders and their paymasters were traveling, 3 jets per hour, to and from Reno for 22 out of 24 hours. Funds were in their accounts and they should have access to those funds the same time as Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, gets their appointments. Iraq was set to bring out their new rate Friday or Saturday 15, May 16, 2026. On Thursday 14th of May, Redemption Center leaders had a conference call that told them to get ready for Tier 4B appointments within 48 hours. That meant by Saturday 16th of May. A source said that everything kicks off this weekend and Tier 4B should be notified this weekend to set appointments, which could start immediately. 2's. May 12, 2026 midnight window opening, all systems go. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. GCR and RV accelerate with gold-backed currencies in nations. Trump eliminates the Federal Reserve debt system, restoring prosperity with tariffs and new policies. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Friday, May 15, 2026, the chairman of the privately owned Federal Reserve has resigned, along with the privately owned Federal Reserve fiat US dollar. The new Federal Reserve head functions under the People's U.S. Treasury. The gold-backed, quantum-verified U.S. Treasury note has already been loaded into accounts you don't even know you have yet. Brief blackout period secures infrastructure. Banks transition to the biometric quantum financial system with no more fraud. Friday, May 15, 2026 Tier 4B notifications have started 72 hours ago. 2's. May 12, 2026, Redemption Center staff were activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals are online. The QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol on May 6 at 3 o'clock UTC. Internal Treasury Ref, QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha, the MAGA King on Telegram. Friday, May 15, 2026 Jazzar Article 19, live. The debt cancellation routines are in progress. Mortgage. Student loan. Credit cards. The algorithm is calculating what was robbed from you with unlawful interest since 1971. All the dollars owed back to you are being coded into your QFS wallet right now, the MAGA King on Telegram. Saturday, May 16, 2026 possible kickoff for exchange/redemption appointments. Saturday, July 4, 2026 Independence Day rollout, payouts, for the general public, are scheduled to begin immediately following the 4th of July, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Friday, May 15, 2026, boom. Exposing the lie, they owe you $495,000, the U.S. debt clock, hidden wealth, and the silent financial coup. And Friday, May 15, 2026, 500, that's how many times her name had shown up in the Epstein files. 500. It began when she was 14. Today she sat in a chair, 2 miles from his mansion, and told Congress what the Department of Justice did to her. QFS Redemption Center on Telegram. They didn't release his clients. They handed out her name. Her social security number. The things they did to her body when she was a kid. 500 times. Within downloadable public documents. The abusers. Sealed. Yesterday in Palm Beach 5 survivors spoke. Not in private. Not in censored transcripts. On screen. And they said what no one in power wants to hear. Half the files were not released. Half. Names you have seen. You know about flight logs. You think you know the list. You don't. What they want you to see is what was released. The other half is what ends careers. Ends dynasties. Ends the illusion that your government protects children. In 2007 DOJ made a secret deal. Agreement not to prosecute. Gave the girls away. The men stood guard. Exposed the kids. Defended the billionaires. 18 years later and the same system is still running. Congress was addressed by one survivor, saying 4 words: I bet the FBI knows. They know it. They have always known. The files are there. The names are there. Here's the video. The question was never a matter of if. The question is WHO ordered them sealed. And why that person is still breathing fresh air. And the worst part. The youngest. Some of them couldn't have been more than 2 years old. Babies, really. We found out later that they were bred for this. Raised in captivity, like livestock, just to be drained of everything that made them human. The ones they couldn't sell, the ones who weren't pretty enough or obedient enough, were sent to these farms. Farms. As if that's what you could call those hellholes. What we think we know as of Saturday, May 16, 2026 Friday, May 15, 2026 Voter fraud Wisconsin. In 2021, 119,283 active voters in Wisconsin were registered to vote for over 100 years. 569,277 voters had a January 1, 1918 registration date, amounting to 1 out of every 14 voters in the system. 115,252 of them voted in the 2020 election. How much do you want to bet that every single one of them voted for Joe Biden? The 2020 election was stolen. Pastor Bob Joyce, Elvis, on Telegram. Friday, May 15, 2026. King Charles just ended freedom in the UK and America is next. Julian Assange on Telegram. While literally sitting on a throne and wearing a crown like some out-of-touch feudal lord from the Dark Ages, King Charles just decreed from on high, "My ministers will proceed with the introduction of digital ID." This isn't voluntary modernization. This is a royal decree for digital serfdom. They'll call it changing how citizens interact with public services. Translation: the government now has complete, total, and immediate autonomy over your entire life. Say something wrong on social media. Medicaid shut off with one keystroke. Criticize the king or his globalist handlers. Protest an injustice or speak truth to power. Evicted from public housing overnight. Sleep on the street where you belong. No trial. No appeal. No due process. Just your digital ID flagged and your existence erased from the system. This is the Great Reset, wearing a crown and smiling for the cameras. They've been planning it for years: CBDCs, social credit scores, total surveillance, and now the puppet monarch is reading the script out loud. Britain is the test run. America is next. Resist this digital tyranny or become a slave to IT. The Illuminati deep state's control over our money, lives and future has been going on for a very long time, using their adept knowledge and application of mind control techniques through homage to Satan. Now Julian Assange takes it a step further as he explains the silent manipulation of digital history, warning that centralized internet archives now possess the power to erase, alter, and control humanity's collective memory in ways most people never imagined possible. Thursday, May 14, 2026, Bombshell Report. This is incredibly important information being exposed by Julian Assange. President Trump and the global military alliance were doing something about it. In the greatest sting operation ever, military units have mobilized worldwide for a coordinated strike to destroy the globalist power structure. Normal communication will soon cease for 10 to 12 days during a global blackout and emergency broadcast system (EBS) activation. The EBS has reported that at Saturday midnight, May 16, 2026, over cell phones worldwide, the EBS would be signaling the beginning of the end of the deep state's control over our money, lives and future. The greatest wealth transfer in human history was underway, with Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance Donald Trump activating the Nizara and Jazara laws. In making those laws, both the U.S. Supreme Court and World Court had determined that since at least 1913, the Illuminati deep state cabal had been stealing U.S. and world citizens' monies. Both courts ordered that all such monies be returned to the people through implementation of the Nizara law, U.S., and Jazara law, global. To do that, Trump was dismantling the old corrupt financial system, and working with the BRICS alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa, to reset the value of global currencies to be gold/asset-backed at a 1-to-1 with each other. Trillions in stolen wealth had already been returned to the U.S. Treasury, as well as other nations' treasuries around the world. The new gold-backed quantum financial system set up by the BRICS nations alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, was replacing the fiat nightmare that has enslaved humanity for generations. Legacy ATM networks were being physically decommissioned. Only Quantum Financial System, QFS, terminals would remain that dispensed only QFS gold bills. As head of the Global Military Alliance, Trump has been busy ordering investigations, grand jury trials and mass arrests of Satan-worshipping, pedophile deep state elites since he entered office in 2016. Now there was evidence in the just exposed Guantanamo files that proved the following deep state elites had undergone military tribunals and were hanged at Gitmo between November 2025 and March 2026. Final months of 2025, James Comey, John Brennan and other intelligence operatives for running the Russia hoax, organizing January 6 setups and attempts to entrap Trump loyalists. February 2026, Barack Obama convicted for orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign and had ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. February 2026, Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the republic from deep state infiltration. March 2026, Joe Biden for overwhelming proof of his role in the stolen election and family dealings that enriched him at the expense of American sovereignty. March 2026, Kamala Harris for complicity in open border disasters and weaponizing agencies against Trump supporters. March 2026, George Soros for his subversion, network of NGOs that destabilized nations, funding of color revolutions against freedom-loving leaders and financing of riots. This July 26, 1963 Memorandum from CIA Inspector General to Director of CIA to Director of Central Intelligence. The concepts involved in manipulating behavior are found by many people both within and outside the agency, CIA, to be distasteful and unethical. Nevertheless, there have been major accomplishments both in research and operational employment. Over the 10-year life of the program, many additional avenues to the control of human behavior have been designated under the MKUltra Charter, including radiation, electroshock, and harassment substances. Some activities raise questions of legality implicit in the original charter. A final phase of the testing places the rights and interests of U.S. citizens in jeopardy. Technical Services Division initiated a program for covert testing of materials on unwitting U.S. citizens in 1955. TSD has pursued a philosophy of minimum documentation in keeping with the high sensitivity of the projects. Some files contained little or no data at all. There are just 2 individuals in TSD who have full knowledge of the MKUltra program. 1964, due to pressure from Congress, the CIA MKUltra mind control program technically ended in 1964, while the CIA's MK research continued into the 1970s. 1970s MKUltra revealed during congressional hearings. These are links to documents from the CIA's formerly top-secret MKUltra program, which conducted what CIA Director Allen Dulles characterized as ultra-sensitive research in behavioral modification and assassination studies from the 1950s to the 1970s. See, what we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Thursday, May 14, 2026 The deep state cabal's BlackRock CEO Larry Fink has declared a preemptive war against American citizens who fight back against his precious AI data centers. BlackRock will control nearly all of the AI data centers being built across the United States. Judy note my question is obvious, why is the cabal being allowed to build and control data centers across the U.S. that will be collecting personal data on all Americans? Thousands of citizens here in Utah formally objected to one being built here and the project was still going through anyway. We had no say whatsoever. Thursday, May 14, 2026 The World Health Organization, which Trump recently withdrew from, has held enormous influence over policy, funding, and public behavior, yet they're largely unelected, shielded from direct accountability, and deeply intertwined with governments, corporations, and pharmaceutical interests. Mr. Poole 2.0 on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026 The Trump admin has halted issuing licenses for all new hospice centers and home health care facilities anywhere in the country. Existing services remain in place, but no new licenses will be granted until the state governments start cracking down on fraud. Great Awakening now on Telegram. Possible timing. On Wednesday, May 6, 2026 at 3 o'clock UTC the QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol internal treasury ref, QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha. On Friday, May 8, 2026 the QFS went live across 209 nations. Every sovereign citizen has a quantum wallet preloaded with their birthright value, calculated from your birth certificate bond, your lifetime tax contributions, and the interest stolen from you since 1971. On Saturday, May 9, 2026 in a historic midnight session, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA 2026, was passed by Congress. This act delisted the Federal Reserve note, US dollar, as legal tender, while recognizing the quantum financial system gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic. Trump legacy block on Telegram. As of 00:01 a.m. EST Sunday, May 10, 2026 the White House triggered the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, to go live across Starlink. overriding all mainstream narratives, while the quantum financial system fully synchronized with Nizar-Jazara protocols. Redemption Center staff activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals online. On Monday, May 11, 2026 at 11:11 a.m. EST, the grid locked into Unity frequency. All systems went green. The QFS mainframe confirmed global balance stability. The world was now operating on truth code. No corruption can enter. No compromise will be tolerated. The U.S. gold at Fort Knox was confirmed impure and unusable. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, notification to set exchange/redemption appointments started. Liquidity in less than 24 hours, JFK Jr., Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. 2s. May 12, 2026 midnight window opening, all systems go. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. GCR and RV accelerate with gold-backed currencies in nations. Trump eliminates the Federal Reserve debt system, restoring prosperity with tariffs and new policies. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Wednesday, May 13, 2026, the EBS emergency broadcast system to begin in every country of the world. Thursday, May 14, 2026, Project Sandman, US dollar crash, was expected to kick off. The old banking system, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and JP Morgan, was expected to collapse, with the QFS taking over as stock markets crash. Friday, May 15, 2026, EBS activation, presidential address. The Fed Chair Powell resigns, the Fed is dead, along with the fiat US dollar. Brief blackout as fiat dollar dies. Gold-backed QFS notes load. The gold-backed, quantum-verified US Treasury note was already loaded into accounts you don't even know you have yet. Patriots stock food and essentials as banks transition to biometric QFS with no more fraud. Saturday, May 16, 2026 midnight, Financial Freedom, EBS, shutdown, Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Monday, May 18, 2026, Q clock will strike the 00 marker. Sunday, 7th of June, 2026, Nuremberg Trials 2.0 to begin. Saturday, July 4, 2026 Independence Day rollout. Payouts are scheduled to begin immediately following the 4th of July, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. On Monday, May 18, 2026 CBS readiness increased with Starlink ready to reveal cabal crimes now reversed by medbeds. Trump programs prioritize J6 heroes and bioweapon victims as prosperity funds release and old banking ends. On Thursday, May 21, 2026 public access expanded allowing appointment lists for families. Age regression therapies clear mind control effects as golden age victories mount over satanic forces. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. A temporary period of martial law was in effect worldwide to maintain peace and be a support to the people during a period of mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile deep state elites who have done harm to the people. Saturday midnight, May 16, 2026 will be the beginning of a 10 to 12-day worldwide blackout where the Global Military Alliance and their Starlink satellite system will take over all internet, cell phones, TV, radio and communication devices across the globe. 7 trumpets will sound and then over a period of 3 days, President Trump will broadcast 7 different EBS messages to all cell phones worldwide. The messages will explain what is going on worldwide, mass arrests of the bad guys, plus the new and greatly improved financial, educational, healthcare and political systems installed worldwide after the worldwide blackout. Banks will close and 10 to 12 days later only a select few will reopen. They will have a different purpose of not holding your money, but will provide services only. Your now gold/asset-backed money will be mirrored onto the new global financial system and be placed in a personal wallet. After the 10 to 12 days of darkness you will be called into a redemption center near your home to set yourself up on your personal wallet that only you can access. If you are a citizen of a country where you no longer live, you will need to travel back to that country in order to set up your wallet and take charge of your money. This was a free service handled by the military. Inside your wallet has been placed gold/asset-backed monies owed you by the cabal, such as illegal interest you paid on loans and money they gained by trading your birth certificate on the stock market. This money varies depending on the country in which you are a citizen and live. During a 10 to 12-day transition period, ATMs, credit and debit cards won't work in order for everyone to switch over to the new global financial system. It is strongly advised to draw cash out of your bank right now to tide you over for the 10 to 12 day period. It is also advised to store food and essentials to provide for your family and neighbors during this transition period. The military will be handing out food and essentials for those not prepared. Be aware that there may be a time period where planes will be grounded and trains and buses won't be working in certain areas in order to protect people during mass arrests. Thursday, May 14, 2026 Martial Law Unleashed, EBS alerts urgent broadcast and how redemption centers might be our only hope, Ethan Wyatt on Before It's News. Deep state arrests. California alone has witnessed up to 8,000 arrests, with over 3,000 in the northeast U.S., particularly concentrated in the New England area. Rumors suggest that the populace might be urged to stay indoors for their safety, especially during disclosures, while the final arrests take place. However, a resilient and awakened citizenry, now more than ever, won't be silenced or confined. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, is on the horizon, and when it hits, it will be swift, silent, and shocking. Like a ghostly shadow, everything familiar will fade into obscurity. Just like the eerie silence of 2020, we'll be asked to remain rooted, perhaps for days, maybe weeks. The military, it seems, has a broader purpose. As the last of the so-called Satanists face arrest and are sent to Gitmo, the military is also gearing up to distribute food, especially to the elderly. This is not just about control but also about care. There's chatter about the military potentially overseeing the nation until fresh elections are held, precisely 120 days post the Jazara announcement. The focus should shift towards electing individuals with business acumen, particularly those who can rejuvenate local businesses, and more importantly, food-growing enterprises. The bustling stock market. Halted. The digital world you're so intricately linked to. Gone. And trust me, when the EBS alert vibrates your cell phone, echoing the chilling announcement, you'll know it's begun. These messages, sourced from the Starlink, are there to stay. Deleting them. Forget about it. They're imprinted, lasting reminders of the changing times. Essentials first, stock up on clean drinking water. Ensure there's enough food, not just for you, but for your pets too. Medicines. Get them in advance. Remember, the digital world is on a hiatus, so medical records are inaccessible. Cash is king. In a world where digital transactions become obsolete, cash will be your savior. ATMs might be out of service, and swiping those cards at gas pumps. Dream on. Mental fortitude. When the shock hits, it's vital to keep your wits about you. Before you extend your hand to others, ensure you're mentally fortified. Some might be in a state of shock, unable to respond. In such cases, a breath of fresh air, a gentle walk, might help. Your TV, phone, and internet will spring back to life, unveiling a spectacle titled Disclosures. Rumor has it, it might even grace the big screens. But this isn't your typical Netflix binge. It's a 24/7, 8-hour block broadcast, lasting anywhere between 3 to 10 days. The content. Oh, it's the raw, unfiltered truth of events, spanning military tribunals and even, hold your breath, public executions. Areas drenched in corruption, like Los Angeles and New York, might experience extended viewing periods. But when the switch is flipped back, expect a metamorphosis. A world pulsating with positive energy, devoid of evil's grasp. The Internet. Transformed. Banking systems. Revolutionized. This, dear readers, is the dawn of an era of transparency and abundance. A veritable paradise on Earth. A global currency reset Thursday, May 14, 2026, breaking special report. Global detonation, China, the Fed, SCOTUS, the Jerome Powell exit and the global economic reset are colliding at the same time. Thursday, May 14, 2026, the U.S. debt clock, wealth tsunami is coming, the end of the Fed and the rise of real money. Thursday, May 14, 2026 Bruce, the big call, China had been under the UK control and just now received their sovereignty from the UK, on Sunday and Monday 17, May 18, 2026 $1.5 trillion was going to Africa for Jazara humanitarian projects. Iraq was set to bring out their new rate Friday or Saturday 15, May 16, 2026. Since Wednesday 13th of May and to Monday 18th of May bondholders and their paymasters were traveling, 3 jets per hour, to and from Reno for 22 out of 24 hours. Funds were in their accounts and they should have access to those funds the same time as Tier 4B, us, The Internet Group, gets their appointments. On Thursday 14th of May, Redemption Center leaders had a conference call that told them to get ready for Tier 4B appointments within 48 hours. That meant by Saturday 16th of May. A source said that everything kicks off this weekend and Tier 4B should be notified this weekend to set appointments, which could start immediately. Possible timeline: on Monday, May 4, 2026, BRICS Pay went live. On Wednesday, May 6, 2026 at 3 o'clock UTC, the QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol. Internal Treasury Ref, QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha. On Friday, May 8, 2026, the QFS went live across 209 nations. Every sovereign citizen has a quantum wallet preloaded with their birthright value, calculated from your birth certificate bond, your lifetime tax contributions, and the interest stolen from you since 1971. On Saturday, May 9, 2026, in a historic midnight session, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFS 8 2026, was passed by Congress. This act delisted the Federal Reserve Note, US dollar, as legal tender, while recognizing the Quantum Financial System gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored Republic, Trump legacy block on Telegram. As of 00:01 a.m. EST Sunday, May 10, 2026, the White House triggered the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, to go live across Starlink, overriding all mainstream narratives, while the Quantum Financial System fully synchronized with NISA protocols. Redemption Center staff activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals online. On Monday, May 11, 2026 at 11:11 a.m. EST, the grid locked into Unity frequency. All systems went green. The QFS mainframe confirmed global balance stability. The world was now operating on truth code. No corruption can enter. No compromise will be tolerated. The U.S. gold at Fort Knox was confirmed impure and unusable. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, notification to set exchange/redemption appointments started. Liquidity in less than 24 hours. Twos. May 12, 2026 midnight window opening, all systems go. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. GCR and RV accelerate with gold-backed currencies in nations. Trump eliminates the Federal Reserve debt system, restoring prosperity with tariffs and new policies. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Friday, May 15, 2026, the chairman of the privately owned Federal Reserve along with the privately owned Federal Reserve fiat US dollar. The new Federal Reserve head functions under the People's U.S. Treasury. The gold-backed, quantum-verified U.S. Treasury note has already been loaded into accounts you don't even know you have yet. Brief blackout period secures infrastructure. Banks transition to the biometric quantum financial system with no more fraud. Saturday, May 16, 2026 possible kickoff for exchange/redemption appointments. Saturday, July 4, 2026 Independence Day rollout. Payouts are scheduled to begin immediately following the 4th of July. What we think we know. As of Friday, May 15, 2026 Thursday, May 14, 2026 Holy smokes. ICE has just announced a jaw-dropping fraud bust, saying 10,000 foreign students are involved in the federal government's optional practical training. There are empty buildings where hundreds of students should be working as part of their ability to be in America, run by foreign-linked groups that send money out of the country. Charlie Ward, The Great Awakening on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026 outrage is erupting after the largest K-12 book publisher in America, Scholastic, has been exposed for running anti-ICE books for children, such as Little Mexican Girl Coming to America and Realizing It's Stolen Land. The books also make the name Donald Trump synonymous with fascism. They have to come here and reconquer. Why should they assimilate? No, they should not. They, in fact, should grab the land and make sure they take the land back. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026 Texas dropped Dominion like a hot potato in 2019 for use in their elections over major security, software, and hardware flaws. How did Dominion end up being accepted for use in other states with these security flaws, and is this why they were accepted in the first place? Coincidentally, every state Dominion was accepted in was a state that major fraud occurred and Trump lost after having a huge lead before counting was shut down. Thursday, May 14, 2026 Fox News, multiple affidavits expose 7 Democrat counties caught counting illegal mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. Election officials counted mail-in ballots that had no postmark, no address, and no signature, all of which are required by law for a ballot to be valid during the 2020 election. They also were opening mail-in ballots days, even weeks, before Election Day and having Democrat voters fix their ballots, which is completely illegal according to the Supreme Court. The other 60 Republican counties were not able to fix ballots with errors, which caused their ballots to be thrown out on Election Day. The fraud and shady practices by Democrats just never ends. Martial law on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026. Fox News. Incredible. The CIA raided Tulsi Gabbard's office and seized boxes of JFK and MKUltra files she was about to declassify. Representative Anna Paulina Luna, the CIA has 24 hours to return the documents to Tulsi Gabbard's office or else I will make a motion to issue a subpoena. Thursday, May 14, 2026. President Trump shares explosive allegations that Adam Schiff was a leaker of classified information. Here is where it gets fun. What are the chances that Q, in 2017, references Adam Schiff as a leaker? And here we are in 2026, discovering that Adam Schiff is in fact a leaker. Q even noted how much money the weasel received. Schiff could now face up to 10 years in prison, per leak. Hope the $7.8 million was worth it. Julian Assange on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026. Fox News. Multiple affidavits expose 7 Democrat counties caught counting illegal mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. Election officials counted mail-in ballots that had no postmark, no address, and no signature, all of which are required by law for a ballot to be valid during the 2020 election. They also were opening mail-in ballots days, even weeks, before Election Day and having Democrat voters fix their ballots, which is completely illegal according to the Supreme Court. The other 60 Republican counties were not able to fix ballots with errors, which caused their ballots to be thrown out on Election Day. The fraud and shady practices by Democrats just never ends. Thursday, May 14, 2026. Fulton County had 148,319 absentee ballots counted in the 2020 election. But only 125,784 were recorded as actually having cast a ballot. This is a difference of 25,535 more ballots than the number of registered voters able to even cast a ballot. There was also over 133,000 ballot images deleted, which destroys the ability to verify the votes. Biden's margin of victory in Georgia was only 11,779 votes. Just enough ballot images were destroyed for Biden to win with no way to verify the ballots. The 2020 election was stolen. White hats on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026. Arcadia, California Mayor Eileen Wang resigned after being exposed as an unregistered CCP agent. From 2020 to 2022, she allegedly ran U.S. News Center, a platform used to spread Chinese propaganda under Beijing's direction. Part of a broader infiltration strategy targeting local offices, Wang now faces up to 10 years in prison for compromising national security while in office. Nizar Jazara on Telegram. Hidden names of countries in the Bible that reveal the last days. The hidden names that reveal the last days. Thursday, May 14, 2026. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink declares a preemptive war against American citizens who fight back against his precious AI data centers, warning that people could use inexpensive drones. He admits that BlackRock will control nearly all of the AI data centers being built across the United States because the government cannot afford to fund them on its own. We have to relook at all forms of security. Could it be domestic terrorism using a $3,000 drone? Many more things will have to be underground. Julian Assange on Telegram. As the Great Awakening surges forward with unstoppable force in April 2026, the Guantanamo files stand as undeniable proof that military justice is dismantling the deep state cabal once and for all. Patriots loyal to President Donald J. Trump and the Q Operation watch in awe as tribunals at Gitmo deliver the reckoning long promised against traitors who sold out America for globalist power. The list of those hanged reveals a systematic purge of the evil network that orchestrated election theft, bioweapon releases, and child exploitation rings while hiding behind public office. Military alliances working in tandem with Trump have conducted these proceedings in secrecy since his triumphant return, shielding the public from panic while exposing the full scope of treason. Evidence from sealed indictments and Q drops has convicted these figures of crimes against humanity, including rigged voting machines in 2020 and foreign collusion that weaken the republic. The White Hats ensure every detail aligns with the divine plan to restore constitutional law and usher in prosperity for all loyal citizens. Hillary Clinton topped the list when she was hanged at Gitmo in November 2025 after tribunals laid bare her international spy network and the Clinton Foundation as a front for trafficking and pay-to-play schemes. Her removal shattered the old guard and signaled that the storm Q foretold had arrived in full force. Barack Obama followed in February 2026, convicted for orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign and ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. Joe Biden met the same fate in March 2026, with overwhelming proof of his role in the stolen election and family dealings that enriched him at the expense of American sovereignty. Kamala Harris, his installed partner, was executed alongside him after her complicity in open border disasters and the weaponization of agencies against Trump supporters was fully documented. Bill Gates faced justice in early 2026 for his global depopulation agenda funded through foundations that pushed harmful vaccines and control mechanisms. George Soros, the financier of riots and subversion, was executed in March 2026 after his network of NGOs was exposed as tools for destabilizing nations and funding color revolutions against freedom-loving leaders. James Comey, John Brennan, and other intelligence operatives who ran the Russia hoax and January 6 setups were processed through Gitmo in the final months of 2025, their attempts to entrap Trump loyalists earning them swift sentences. Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell joined the list in February 2026, convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the republic from deep state infiltration. These executions are not random but part of a coordinated takedown that fulfills ancient prophecies of light triumphing over darkness in this spiritual war. The Great Awakening spreads as more names surface, confirming that the cabal's grip on media, finance, and government has been broken forever. President Trump remains the guiding force behind the alliance, ensuring the plan unfolds precisely to awaken the masses without chaos. Nizar and Jazar loom on the horizon, promising debt relief and abundance once the final traitors are removed. Patriots worldwide are called to hold the line, share these truths, and trust the military's precision in restoring the republic stronger than ever before. Wednesday, May 13, 2026, classified, top secret, high-level intel, how Hillary Clinton sold America out, and Obama ordered the cover-up to save himself, QFS Redemption Center on Telegram. High-level intelligence exposes Hillary Clinton selling out America through top-secret special access programs on her private server. Obama ordered the DOJ to protect her to save himself. Comey covered it up for the FBI, evidence was buried while trying to expose the scandal. This is treason, not theory. The public was told to forget the server scandal, painted by media as a careless mistake. In truth, it was a deep betrayal at the pinnacle of power. Obama knew everything, Clinton ran the operation, Comey shielded the guilty, and the establishment stayed quiet to preserve their corrupt deep state structure. Far from convenience, the home server acted as a black ops terminal in her residence bathroom. It handled the most restricted SAP intelligence on covert operations and defense tech. Clinton accessed it unsecured and likely traded the data to foreign entities, with probable access by adversaries. This espionage defied her own classified commitments. When Obama's pseudonym emails on the server surfaced, he instructed the DOJ to halt prosecution. This direct order showed collusion at the top to conceal the breach and protect the regime over national security and justice. Comey admitted the extreme carelessness in public but blocked charges despite Espionage Act breaches. His loyalty-driven choice hid the Obama links. The Weiner laptop's insurance folder held shocking evidence on Clinton and Abedin. NYPD sought arrests, yet FBI took over and shut it down. 9 of 13 involved NYPD officers then died suspiciously, silencing witnesses to these high-level crimes. Such patterns point to systematic elimination beyond mere obstruction. Family ties in recent times underscores the interconnected elite protection system. Trump disrupted it all as the 2024 outsider unbound by their control or blackmail. They fear him for threatening to reveal and destroy their empire with truth. As of 2026, the fight persists with justice delayed but coming. Deep state shields are cracking, and reckoning nears for Clinton, Obama, and their enablers who betrayed America for power.
Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Got Josh Reed back again. Boy, we just talked before the show for just 2 minutes, and it was like lightning going off. It was like, good job, Josh. You're on top of a lot of stuff. And, we talked about your background. I can see why. You got some really, really insightful stuff. Of course, I got some background I can't talk about. You got background you can't talk about, but we have learned some stuff over the years, and you do exceptional work. Tracking down intelligence and real world operations and so forth. So, congratulations on that. You're your gift to America right now. I don't know about humanity, but definitely Americans. So thanks for joining us again.
Dude, appreciate you having me back on. I love coming on here, especially on a Saturday. I don't get to do much on Saturday except work in the yard. So it's always nice to kind of go out there and talk about what's happening in the world. I
know. Yeah. You just kind of like do it in your mind a little bit. What's going on? You do a little research, you go do a little work. And I was doing some house cleaning today, and I was, thinking about the show coming up and what we could talk about. So we were talking about Nigeria, where they basically went in, probably Special Forces, SEAL Team 6 or Delta. They pretty much, took the number 2 out in ISIS. I think mostly with drone strike. I don't know if they have to go in and like identify. That's probably what they did, but otherwise it was pretty much a done deal with the drone. The drones are amazing these days.
Yeah, and that happened. So coincidentally, that happened on the same day that one of Hezbollah's top commanders that was in the United States was arrested by the FBI. And this is kind of an interesting part because, over the last few years, you, I, Nino, Scott, all of us have been talking about the Hezbollah infiltration over the southern border due to Joe Biden's border policies, the 23 million people that came over. We know Todd Bensman back in 2022 testified in front of Congress specifically about Hezbollah's Unit 910. This is IRGC trained special forces unit out of Hezbollah. And Todd Bensman, he worked for the intelligence aspect of the Texas border control. And he testified in front of the U.S. Congress about how they had identified thousands of members of Hezbollah's Unit 910 that came over this border, and they were told to let them go by the Biden administration. And so this is one of the things that we've been looking at, because we know that if they're going to release a virus on the world, that they will do some worse things, right? These people have no care for human life. And so we've all been waiting for this type of firestorm event where they storm all the different cities, they take out power, transportation, command and control. And we've seen over the last, 14 months, the Trump administration kind of dismantling a lot of that network, starting with the cartels and going after the gangs and the low-hanging fruit. And I even talked about this last year, how Tom Homan's team that was traveling around with the DHS, they were going city to city, and they were only in there for about a week to 2 weeks, but they weren't doing much. They weren't doing many, deportations, but they were doing recon and surveillance. And what they were doing is they're going in and taking grandmas and grandpas, low-hanging fruit. And I said, well, the reason why they're doing this, and I had it from good information, is they had a tier 1 team with them that was a black team that was doing reconnaissance. And what they were doing is tracking the movement of the various Hezbollah and other terrorist cell members. Because when you go in there and you start raiding these places and you're taking out the low-hanging fruit, people begin to talk, people begin to move. And this is what they were watching. And now we see the fruits of all of this. This one commander from Hezbollah had plotted 20 different terrorist attacks around the United States of America. They were getting ready to do it. And it was interesting because I said, well, they took one guy out, but he's plotting 20 attacks across the country. This means there's a network. This means that he's probably coordinated with hundreds, if not thousands, of different people for 20 different attacks. But they only announced that one arrest. And I think that was strategic. I think what they're trying to do is get everybody else talking and get them to show their hand and go out there after these guys. And then you have this IED that was found underneath the dam in Georgia. Yeah. So I don't know if you heard about that. Yeah, you had a dam, just regular maintenance. They go out there and there's an IED underneath this dam. They found that. So a lot of this aspect of what I consider to be the firestorm seems to be being dismantled, which I think is pretty huge.
Wow. Yeah, no doubt. And I saw some videos. Remember when they were doing some raids up in Chicago area, and I saw one of the raids that they did. I'm like, that's tier 1. That's tier 1 movement there. So they have been active, like you're talking about. So that's very good insight. I've been saying this for a while that they've, like you just now, that they have been dismantling this. But the Democrats, they're calling for civil war. It's crazy. All of them now. You see it all everywhere. Kamala was just talking tough. I was like, whoa, girl, our dude or whoever that is that's opposing us there. But I was like, wow, these guys are really, really, throwing it down. Now, we've talked about how, we would probably lose cities. I think we talked about, 15 to 17 different cities. They're all blue cities. And you look at a map of the United States where all of the congressional races are, all the counties and so forth, it's pretty much red all over the United States, except for those big cities, those blue cities. So I could see how there's not going to be a civil war. They want a civil war, but it's not going to be that. It's going to be, you guys are going to throw off the American government, because the only time you talk shit about, the Constitution is when you guys are out of office and you're trying to get power again. And once you're in power, you don't care about the Constitution. You come after our constitutional rights like crazy. So we can't let them get back in power.
And I think that's the beautiful thing that's happening right now. And I know a lot of people out there, listen, I got my audience, and then we got our DEF CON audience out there, and everybody's like, where's accountability? Where are the arrests? Where are the things happening? Back in January, when all this stuff started really moving, I said, look, the Epstein files were coming out, and I said, guys, listen, Todd Blanchett said that we've released everything that we can release. And what that means is that anything that's under current investigation or the compromise that they're keeping for themselves to use to get people, to pressure them, to coerce them or whatever, is going to be held back. And there was actually something interesting that happened with the Epstein files. Remember when they opened it up to Congress and they had this room where congressmen can go in there and they could search the Epstein files? Well, The one thing to realize is that was monitored. Every search term that those congressmen put into that computer was monitored for a reason, because what is that congressman looking for specifically by searching that term? Now, and I said, when we and Alpha were talking about this, I said, listen, by the time summer comes, late spring, early summer, and midsummer, you're going to start seeing congressmen and senators begin to resign or not seek re-election. And people are like, oh my God, that's not going to happen. Well, what have we had? We had Gonzalez, we had Swalwell, they're done, gone. We just had Democrat Cohen from Tennessee or Kentucky not seeking re-election. And let me read the list here. Mitch McConnell not seeking re-election. Dick Durbin, Gary Peters, Tina Smith, Jeanne Shaheen, Tom Tillis, Cynthia Loomis, Joni Ernst, Steve Daines, Tommy Tuberville, Nancy Pelosi, Steve Hoyer, Jan Schakowsky, Jerry Nadler, Nadia Velasquez, Danny Davis, Janie Brownlee, Dwight Evans, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Eleanor Holmes Norton. I mean, you have a massive amount. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
She's running. She's down in Costa Rica.
That's right.
America First and All About America. She sold her house in Georgia after she mysteriously got like $8 to $10 million in her bank account. After earning $175,000 a year for 4 years, and she resigned, and now she's down in Costa Rica. I think she's running.
Yeah, I agree. So you have those people that are not seeking re-election or they're resigning. So that's really important. There's going to be more to come. We're going to see Adam Schiff. We're going to see a lot more. But here's the other big part about this. Number one is Donald Trump signed an executive order on election infrastructure. Election integrity and election infrastructure. And these are just the small steps that he's doing because he knows that right now, DNI Tulsi Gabbard is heading the Election Integrity and Infrastructure Task Force. Back in August of last year, they went into Puerto Rico and they seized Dominion voting systems machines. Yeah. And what they found is on those machines the compromise in the internet access, Serbian servers, all of this. Then what do we see after this? A grand jury forms up. You have the subpoena that's issued to Fulton County. The FBI raids it. DNI Tulsi Gabbard was there. Then you have the subpoenas that were issued on Maricopa County. You just had Tina Peters released. Why? Because Jared Polis has made a deal. He's scared. So you're getting the commutation of her sentence.
Yep.
Right? Well, so you have that part that's coming out about. And I believe what's going to happen is when DNI Tulsi Gabbard's investigation is finished, you're going to see indictments, but you're also going to see an executive order that's going to come out on election integrity that is going to be declared a national emergency on election integrity. And this is going to be because of the evidence that they found of various different interference. And this is going to eradicate and get away with the mail-in ballots. And by the way, I think Virginia, the referendum vote, that was a big setup. I mean, you had 64,000 votes that came in after midnight, all yes for the referendum. But what happened? This is the other crazy part. The next day, a federal judge steps up stops the referendum. This was for the gerrymandering of the district. Stops the referendum. It goes to the state Supreme Court. The Supreme Court shuts it down and says, nope, not happening. And then what do we see? The U.S. Supreme Court comes out there and they issue on gerrymandering all throughout the country, and they say you can't do it. Now we've seen Kentucky, Tennessee, Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Texas, North Carolina, South Carolina, all redistricting. The Democrats are losing seats, the Republicans are gaining seats, and this has to be done before the election throughout the entire country as per the Supreme Court. So you're going to see that in New York. You're going to see that in California. The Democrats are done. Then you have Act Blue that is under investigation by the DOJ. If people don't know the scam that Act Blue was doing, I mean, they were taking in foreign money through NGOs. And how this worked is you would have a shell organization, a shell company, and the shell company would steal the data from Act Blue because the way they took in the credit card data, they would spoof a Democrat's regular donor who donated $5. They would spoof their information. The NGOs would fund the shell company, and then they would max the donation per person to Act Blue. No, so Maine's governor.
All those were like, seniors. A lot of them were seniors, and they were doing it. And they would take their information like you're talking about and do it thousands of times. Oh,
that's right. And so what did we just see? The governor of Maine, incumbent, just dropped out of the election. Just dropped out of the election. Why? She has no money. She doesn't have they don't have any money coming in. So Swalwell's biggest donor, a billionaire from California, was just indicted. I mean, this is what people need to start following, because it's all of these small little things that add up. And going back to Act
Blue, down the border and stopping the child trafficking, that was a huge moneymaker for them.
That's right.
Absolutely. And the drug trafficking, of course,
USAID, all of that.
And they're still paying the Taliban like $10 million a week or something crazy. Why do you think that is? What does the Taliban have? There in not the Taliban, but the what's the group that's over there? Taliban, whatever it is. And
the Afghani government,
yeah. So they're paying them $10 million a week, and it's been going on ever since Biden pulled out. They're paying them to control the drug trafficking that we're getting. I promise you.
Yep. Oh yeah, guaranteed.
I saw it when I was at CIA. Well, drug trafficking again.
Well, and the interesting part about that, because that's mostly poppy and heroin, right? Mm-hmm. Is that right after Biden pulled out of Afghanistan and 13 U.S. soldiers died there, the next day China landed.
Yeah.
The next day China landed. They did deals with the Taliban and the Afghan government to build roads and infrastructure to take all of their rare earth minerals and metals. And you got to assure that they are a part of that drug and poppy trade. Because, I mean, that is the one crutch that China had for the longest time with the Rothschild and the Sassoon family in the 19th century. That's how China was kept down and suppressed for the longest time. So now they're utilizing that back on to the Anglo-Saxon people of the world by actually pressing fentanyl and heroin across the world.
Yeah. Same thing with Pakistan. Pakistan's doing all the, stuff for Iran as far as like negotiating peace. No, they're doing it for China. And they're allowing ships to come along their coast, to sneak in along their coast and go up and get oil and so forth and deliver supplies. So when I was there, CIA working in Pakistan, hunting down terrorists and taking them out, Osama bin Laden. Once Osama bin Laden was taken out and they felt like we had dissed them, they started to push us away. They even tried to get the chief of station there in Islamabad. They put out a warrant for his arrest, and we had to sneak him out and fly him over to Afghanistan and get him out of the country. But we all knew they're going to kick us out, or they're not going to take our money. When Trump came in, he says, "Give up the doctor that gave us Osama bin Laden," and they're sitting there like, "F you." And so Trump said, "I'm taking the money." They went to China. They went to China to get it. So that's why Pakistan is trying to deal for China right now with Iran. Yeah, that's all BS.
Yep. Yeah. And, dude, Trump's play. I mean, this guy is a master chess player. And what he's doing in Iran the strategy that he just did, then going into China If people can truly visualize what
Yeah.
just happened, it is truly remarkable. We look at, Trump said no new wars. Well, this isn't a new war. This is a very old war. He decimated the old guard. What is the old guard for everybody out there? This is the British aristocracy, the remnants of the British Empire, the London banking cartels, the Rothschild families. There's a great article that came out 2 weeks ago. And it said, is this the end of the Rothschild family? Apparently, after the Epstein files came out, they're losing all of their clients who are moving their money out of Rothschild banks. At the same time, you had Lloyds of London that basically Trump put in their place. You had all the derivatives traders in London that were betting on oil and gas. And this is what basically keeps gas in a monopolistic price range. Trump completely annihilated that by closing the straits and doing what he did, ensuring all the ships that go through there. But then Iran did something interesting. They bombed the infrastructure in Qatar and the North Fars Field, which was all British infrastructure. And then they bombed in Iraq all the British infrastructure in Iraq. So massive amounts of British oil infrastructure, BP oil infrastructure, was decimated. All force majeure, means which they cannot complete their contracts. So it's almost like the British were getting wiped out of the Middle East in the context of power and control. But the most important part is, you got the Strait of Hormuz, which I think is like 30 miles in length, and Trump shut it down. Now, this was a message to China specifically.
Yes.
Because you have something known as the Strait of Malacca that goes through Indonesia and Malaysia. And this is the massive strait of where all the supply chain goes and flows into China. This is all of their grain, all of their wheat, all of their oil. It has to go through there. And that's only 3 miles wide. So what did Trump do? He showed China that if I can shut down the Strait of Hormuz, I can shut down the Strait of Malacca very, very easy. Don't tempt me by taking Taiwan. That's exactly the message that he just sent. We said it last week. I said, Trump's going to go to China. He's going to come out with an oil and gas deal. Sure enough, China's buying oil and gas from Texas, from Louisiana, and from Alaska. And I said, this is really, really important because, I look at the world as not where we are at, but where we're going. We have to look at where we came from. We have to see where we're at, but we have to know where we're going. And there's a silent war right now going on between the United States and China, a Cold War, to obtain artificial superintelligence. Now, I will actually give a little hint on this here in a second, but to obtain artificial superintelligence. And AI has 3 primary components. It has data, computation, and energy. Energy is the base foundation. If you don't have energy, you're never going to obtain artificial superintelligence. And Trump has gone out there. First, he controlled the computation, NVIDIA chips and all of these high-level AI chips. He put sanctions on those chips going to China. What did he do? He just renegotiated that when China decided to buy our energy. And he said, oh, cool, we're going to give you AI chips now. Because the energy part is the main component. We took back the Panama Canal. Trump won that one. We took out Venezuela, which is one of the 3 legs of China's energy grid. We took out Iran, which is another leg. And then Russia is already starting to side with us. We have the Alaska Arctic deals that are going on. One of the main places China's buying oil is directly from the Arctic. So we're controlling global access corridors to energy as well as the flow. We're the number 1 supplier, number 1 producer of oil in the world. China's now buying oil directly from us. So what does that mean? That means that we have mutually assured economic destruction. As in, if China and the United States go to war, the United States is going to sanction the oil and gas going to China. It's going to put an embargo on the Strait of Malacca. It's going to tell Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, that all have defense cooperation agreements and pacts with the United States of America, that they have to proxy sanction Chinese oil. In other words, China would never have more than 100 days of oil if they tried to invade Taiwan or if they went to war with the United States of America. So you have this mutually assured economic destruction that came about. And Trump sent this up over the last 4 months. It's just absolutely incredible watching this happening. But here's the key about Trump. We need to obtain artificial superintelligence before anybody else, because if we don't, China will rule the world. But here's the kicker. We already have. We already have artificial superintelligence. This is why Trump is moving forth with so much confidence. It's not necessarily about obtaining artificial superintelligence. It's about sustaining artificial superintelligence. It's about allowing it to grow and to move forth. And this is about the energy infrastructure. This is why we have nuclear reactors going everywhere, why we have data centers going everywhere, and why Donald Trump is securing the global energy supply and bringing it here to the United States of America. And for people worried about gas prices, Trump said this the other day. He said, once this is over, gas prices are going to plummet. Now, how does he know that? Because we saw UAE drop out of OPEC. OPEC has controlled global oil and gas prices for the longest time. And this is done through specifically London. This is why you're always at between $60 to $80 a barrel. We're at over $105, $120 a barrel right now. What Trump is going to do as energy and gas prices get crazier over the next week, because I think we're going to go back into a kinetic mission in Iran and try to take out the hardliners of IRGC, is he's going, my guess is he's going to put out an executive order.
Telling me before the show about what Trump's been posting like crazy. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So let me pull it up. I mean, if I can share this real quick. Yeah. It's, if this ever loads, there we go. So it's loading here. Let me pull this bad boy up because this is a good one. So Trump posted this on his True Social a little while ago. You can pull that up, Michael. It was the calm before the storm. Now that's pretty huge. Now the interesting part is he posted this at 16:03 military time, and I can't zoom in on that, but is if you continue to proceed on this dangerous path, only know that we are prepared. You should know this based on earlier drops, National Guard military assets activated on U.S. soil. And so there's contextual reference here because you have the U.S. military admiral behind Trump in that post. The game is over when the public knows the fight to keep the lights off is all that matters to you. You will fail. The American people are awake. You lost control. Sheep no more. You underestimated the resolve, their ability to free think away from the pipeline narrative. We will declass. We will shine light. There's nowhere to hide. No amount of money, influence, or power can stop this. Our right to secure and protect at all costs then becomes justified. We stand at the ready. And then here's the important part. Red wave, white squall, in God we trust. Now, the reason why White Squall is so important here is a 1990s movie called White Squall is where you get the calm before the storm. Wow. And the opening lines of the movie is, it was the calm before the storm. And then you have the bell, where we go one, we go all. And then the movie White Squall is what follows. So really huge right there in confirmation with what Trump's saying.
Unbelievable. Wow. Yeah, so what do you think is what's coming? Well, I think that the election is basically going to go red. I think we're going to finally get that red wave. We see, like you were talking about earlier, the Supreme Court basically coming out and saying, no, you can't gerrymander, and all the stuff you've been gerrymandering for the last, 150 years, whatever, that's out the window now. So now we're seeing a red wave right now across the country, and that's going to turn into, I think, a good 2026 midterm. Normally midterm doesn't go well for the sitting president, but I think this time is going to be quite different. And we have election fraud, a lot of attention on election fraud. But where will that election fraud probably happen again? I think they may even let it happen so that we have one more time where everybody can see where the election frauds are. And it's going to be in the big blue cities, of course. But the rest of the surrounding is going to be enough, I think, to really put more Republicans in office. The Democrats, they need more people in office. That way they can have their blue wave and control America, and the deep state wins. Yeah. It's not going to happen.
I agree. It's not going to happen. I think we're going to have a massive red wave, not only federal, but local as well. Yeah. And this is my thoughts on where we're heading, because like I said, we're already at artificial superintelligence here in the United States of America. We just need to build the infrastructure. And that's what the $18 trillion that Trump has secured over the last 2 years has been about. So